The U.S. government
Welcome to the Monday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Monday morning. At the very least, for the folks that have their day off, at least enjoy that. Nothing to celebrate. How's it going, Maple Leaf Dragon? My favorite pastime is entering a conversation midway and then taking things out of context. Nice. As it should be. Astro, how's it going? Today could be another June 1st? I don't know what that means. Yeah, it is the last day before we switch to the new schedule. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We do have quite the amount to talk about today. I saw an interesting interview today on Jacobin. The title was "When Will Neoliberalism Collapse?" The interview was with Gary Gerstyle, a historian. Well, maybe we'll have time to... if you can send that to me, maybe we'll have time to watch it. I'm not sure. Can everybody hear me okay? Are we good? Is audio good? I don't know. We were having a little bit of an issue earlier with the sound. Sorry. Don't you think USA Independence Day is worth celebrating? No. Have you seen the state of this country? Imagine having a sense of patriotism when half the country isn't even like a person. Half the country isn't even like considered like a person. So nah, nothing worth celebrating, to be honest, right now. Karen Bressler not feeling free this year. Don't blame you. There's really nothing to celebrate this time. I see it. Maple Leaf Dragon. We'll try to get through it. I mean, we're not like in 100% rush. We're not in like a rush because today I have day off. So at least your country is not as big a joke as my United Kingdom. No, you're right. You're right. We're a bigger joke. You're right. You're right. Okay. So we've got a few things to like really run through. we'll see how fast we can get through some of this here. First and foremost, before I get started, a quick thank you to Radisby for the offline follow. Appreciate that. 2 days ago. No worries, it wasn't a suggestion for content, just an interesting watch. Yeah, no, it's definitely appealing. The title. I was looking at the little preview there. Okay, let's see if we can get some of these off. I guess the first step, or the first things up. What? Hey. There we go. I must have clicked the wrong button. Alright. Nobody saw that. It's okay.
The U.S. government, specifically the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, might have just lost its ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions coming out of power plants thanks to a new Supreme Court ruling. This could be a huge blow to the country's climate plans and goals. Let me go ahead and explain what happened and why I keep saying might and could.
Oh man. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's GG. We'll see. It looks like GG. Yeah, it was a BS decision. True. It restricts the EPA's regulating of individual power plants, not the power industry as a whole. Gotcha.
This in itself is a worrying precedent because it might mean now that groups can sue on something that might happen. He calls on what is called a major questions doctrine, which I'll let this professor of constitutional law explain what that is.
This court is basically trying to trim the sails of federal regulation.
Hey, I forgot to do my intro. Hey y'all, it's Becky here from the Beckosphere, where we
Trust me, there's a lot going on, okay? You forgetting an intro is not, it's not the thing to worry.
talk about climate news and solutions. If that sounds like something you'd be interested in, go ahead and click that subscribe button below and ring the bell so you don't miss every single time I post. Okay, now let's get into the video.
Have I even
For total
subscribed?
transparency, I am not a lawyer or legal expert. I am a climate reporter and science technical writer. If you want a lawyer's opinion on this topic, many have given their opinions, or you can spam Legal Eagle and Emily D. Baker to have them talk about it, because out of all the Supreme Court cases, this one is like the least covered, which continues to show the country's lack of prioritization towards climate change. So please share this video to try to change that. I recognize that this video is pretty long and I have put timestamps in the description box below. The longest portion of this video is me diving into the majority and dissenting opinions of this case. So if you want to skip that and go straight to the takeaways, feel free.
Alright, we're gonna have to speedrun this.
Okay, to understand how we got to where we are, we have to go back to when Barack Obama was president. Obama tried to regulate greenhouse gas emissions via an executive order after his climate plan was shot down by Congress. He created the Clean Power Plan to be a shoot-off of the Clean Air Act run by the EPA. The Clean Air Act, which was introduced back in 1963, allows EPA to regulate air pollutants nationwide. Obama wanted the Clean Power Plan to regulate emissions from power plants. And his understanding of the EPA's ability to expand the Clean Air Act's power was backed by a 1980s decision on the Supreme Court case Chevron versus National Resource Defense Council, which gave the federal agencies deference, meaning that they could fill in the blanks when laws are too vague or broad. Federal agencies do this all the time. Obama thought this could apply to the EPA and its Clean Air Act, which doesn't specifically talk about carbon emissions because the original people that wrote it didn't think about carbon emissions, but it has a rarely used part called Section 111D, which allows the regulation of existing sources only where the pollutant in question is neither a critical air pollutant subject to national ambient air quality standards, nor a toxic air pollutant regulated under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act. Basically, it gives the EPA authority to provide a best systems of emissions reduction for power generating plants. There was also the Massachusetts versus EPA ruling in 2007, which affirms that the EPA was mandated by Congress to regulate greenhouse gas emissions and can be sued for failing to enact rules on this end under the Clean Air Act. That's an important one, so remember that one. In 2015, the Utility Air Regulatory Group v. EPA rule upheld the EPA's right to regulate power plant emissions, but said the agency was overreaching by trying to regulate emissions from smaller buildings like apartments and schools. But with all these cases in mind, Obama implemented the Clean Power Plan, or CPP, in 2014 into the EPA's Clean Air Act to allow the agency to regulate greenhouse gas emissions coming from coal and gas-fired plants. It required the reduction of CO2 emissions from electricity generation by 32% compared to 2005 levels by 2030, and the decrease of coal-fired energy generation representation on the power grid from 38% to 27% by 2030. States would have been required to submit implementation plans by 2018 and to start enforcing this act this year in 2022. But within 24 hours of implementing the CPP, 19 Republican attorney generals led by West Virginia slapped his administration with a lawsuit, which became known as West Virginia v. EPA, stating that the plan gave the EPA too much power to alter the energy industry. West Virginia is the second largest coal-producing state in the country behind Wyoming, which was also in the lawsuit. The other states in the lawsuit were Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, and Utah. I did that in one breath. I'm proud of myself. From 2014 to 2016, the lawsuit moved through the courts. Then the Michigan v. EPA ruling in 2015 stepped this back a bit by saying that the EPA had the responsibility to take costs into account when making decisions regulating fossil fuel power plants. This ruling was criticized for minimizing the health implications of not regulating greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants. But then President Trump got elected and he rolled back the CPP for the Affordable Clean Energy Rule, or ACE, which gave the rights to set emission standards to states again and provide power companies flexibility when complying with these standards. When he did that, the lawsuit no longer mattered, so it just sat and waited until Biden came along and said that he wanted to reinstate Obama's climate regulations. Sort of. But this was enough to reinvigorate the lawsuit to continue heading through the courts until it reached the Supreme Court. But
yes,
the weird thing about
dragon.
This whole situation is that technically this court case is the Republican AGs suing against a regulation that doesn't exist because Biden has never formally reinstated it. They were preemptively suing a ghost, basically, and yet the Supreme Court still took the case in late February 2022. This in itself is a worrying precedent because it might mean now that groups can sue on something that might happen. As a reminder that probably no one needs, the Supreme Court currently has a conservative supermajority. 6 of the 9 judges vote conservatively, and on Thursday they voted 6-3.
Yeah, like imagine taking, like imagine having that mind, like how do we even like square this circle? Okay, so we just like allow folks to sue on something that could possibly happen? What? So yes, Utah doesn't make sense, but to me, but the others do. Yeah.
In favor
I don't know what that means. The tobacco lobby? No, this is the oil lobby.
Fuel states.
Or the coal lobby.
Let's first look at the majority court's opinion, which was delivered by Chief Justice Roberts and joined by Justices Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. They start by recognizing and responding to the fact that they're ruling on a hypothetical. Roberts knows the CPP and ACE are not operational right now, but he doesn't trust the EPA when it says that it won't bring them back. So the court will address the case.
What?
He also said it was clear that when the CPP...
Holy yikes, Batman. This is wild. This is wild. How like we got to arrive at this logic here. It is unbelievable how we managed to get in this. I mean, like, listen, you've got to do some like mental, like you have to employ some Olympic levels of mental gymnastics to be able to justify what's been happening here. I mean, like, just take a look at the case for the coach, the coach who, you know, coerces kids as an actor of the public education system, coerces kids to pray. In other words, he pushes his religious garbage onto kids. Right out of the gate. The majority opinion is immediately saying that this was some kind of like private thing. It was not. They lied. They lied. So like the Olympic levels of mental gymnastics that are being required to make some of these rulings are just unfathomable to me. U.S. federal law now regulates your wounded fifis. Yeah, basically. Torino, howdy. A joke of an effing country, true.
CPP and the ACE was a thing, it did clearly harm the states in that case. To which I say, how? How did a plan that wasn't to be instituted until 2022 harm those states? The states didn't even need to provide implementation plans before the CPP was repealed. The lawsuit wasn't even really about injury, but what they found was government.
What is this case about? This is the EPA case, Miraculous. If you want to actually take a look here. Oh, come on. How do I get this? Okay, what if I just do this? Yep, another SCOTUS fail. The left needs to consider all forms of defense. I agree with AOC. With each new decision, SCOTUS is exiling itself into irrelevance. I don't know about that. With each ruling, we're getting closer and closer to authoritarianism.
Overreach.
Being greenlighted by the Supreme Court.
By the EPA. So this is based on an assumption that if a plan was implemented, it would cause harm to states, despite there being no proof that any harm would occur.
Right, so by magic, by magic, we are claiming future damages, right? Oh, that's unreal. So wait, can I like sue? Can I sue a corporation for like a potential future damage? I don't know. So like if I've ever eaten like a fast food place, could I sue them for like future cancer or something like that? Like, how do we arrive at these conclusions? Do progressives own Twitch? So much progressive representation. I love it. I mean, yeah, the overwhelming, like, politics section of Twitch is definitely progressive. Then couldn't you sue for potential climate crisis problems? Yeah, I mean, like, by that logic, then shouldn't we be able to sue these companies for future damages? Which, by the way, we can actually prove. By the way, we would actually have more of a fact-based case to sue for potential future climate damages, climate crisis problems, than they would. We would actually have a more fact-grounded basis for suing for potential climate crisis, health issues, economic issues, all of these things. We would actually have a better case than they would. That's just wild to me. I thought that's what Republicans did. Disney anti-trans school, sports bans, and when there was one state with one player, and then there was no issue. Yeah.
So this whole case is based on a hypothetical. Roberts then goes on to say...
Yeah, like, this whole thing is based on a hypothetical. That's just wild. That's just wild.
Quote, The issue here is whether restructuring the nation's overall mix of electricity generation to transition from 38% to 27% coal by 2030 can be the best system of emissions reduction within the meaning of Section 111. Precedent teaches that there are extraordinary cases in which the history and the breadth of the authority that the agency has asserted and the economic and political significance of that assertion provide a reason to hesitate before concluding that Congress meant to confer such authority.
And then he cites a bunch of different cases that are meant to be examples of the Supreme Court reining in government from regulating. The first one is the case that rejected the Food and Drug Administration from regulating tobacco products as drugs or devices. The second one removed the ability for the Health and Human Services to impose rent control during COVID. And the next one, though, is one of the cases I mentioned earlier that largely maintained the EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions of power plants, but restricted it from regulating emissions from smaller buildings. So I think it's very interesting that he actually cited a decision that goes against the one he's making right now. The other two examples also restricted a regulatory body's authority in some capacity. The court doesn't like the EPA's use of deference in this case because it goes against Congress's lack of interest in acting on reducing emissions. It also assumes that Congress never meant to provide the power to the EPA and that the section it's referring to is a gap filler.
Nah, nothing to be happy about. Nah, happy 4th? Nope. Not today.
Something the dissenting opinion will touch on later.
Quote, prior to 2015, EPA had always set Section 111 emissions limits based on the application of measures that would reduce pollution by causing the regulated source to operate more cleanly, never by looking at a system that would reduce pollution simply by shifting polluting activity from dirtier to cleaner sources. The government quibbles about this history, pointing to the 2005 Mercury Rule as one Section 111 rule that it simply relied upon a cap-and-trade mechanism to reduce emissions. But in that regulation, EPA set the emissions limit, the cap, based on the use of technologies that could be installed and operated on a nationwide basis in the relevant timeframe. By contrast, and by design, there are no particular controls a coal plant operator can install and operate to attain the emissions limit established by the Clean Power Plan. Indeed, the agency nodded to the novelty of this approach when it explained that it was pursuing a broader forward-thinking approach to the design of Section 111 regulations that would improve the overall power system, rather than the emissions performance of individual sources, by forcing a shift throughout the power grid from one type of energy source to another. This view of the EPA's authority was not only unprecedented, it also affected the fundamental revision of the statute, changing it from one sort of scheme of regulation to an entirely different kind.
So what I read is the EPA has never tried to reduce pollution by causing a sector to shift how it produces energy, and the court thinks that it hasn't exhausted the other options enough to do that. It said itself that what it was doing was novel, broader, and forward-thinking, which to us means government overreach. And yes, cap and trade lowers mercury emissions in 2015, which was fine, but you can't make a cap low enough that it kills coal because there's no technology that would bring down coal emissions enough, which is a diss on carbon capture, by the way. That's just too much. And that's what I read from that. I don't know.
What? That is asinine to me. Jesus. Okay.
Let me know what you read from that down in the comments below. It's interesting that he considers what the EPA is doing as novel when he's using a novel way of looking at the situation. He calls on what is called a major questions doctrine, which I'll let this professor of constitutional law explain what that is.
He's a professor of constitutional law and the former dean at the University of Michigan Law School. So
all right, hold on, folks.
EPA case first. The White House is calling this ruling devastating. This basically limits the EPA's ability to regulate power plant emissions.
Sorry about that. We have a resident studio cat today. She's sleeping on the other side.
Some environmental groups actually came out today and said this could have...
Maybe we'll bring her on at the end. Oh no.
Is oatmeal good for you?
Oi.
The U.S. government, specifically the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA,
been worse than it is. So tell us what happened here.
Well, I think it's pretty bad, actually. The court announced something called the major questions doctrine.
There we go.
Where it basically held that if an agency does something particularly novel, adopts a novel approach to perhaps a novel problem that has significant economic or political consequences, the agency can't do that unless it can point to very clear statutory authority in the language written by Congress. Obviously, the Clean Air Act coming in 1970, Congress wasn't able to predict the problem of climate change, clean air gases, so not surprisingly, it regulated in general references to harmful pollutants. And that's basically how Congress regulates all across the spectrum of all sorts of regulations. Congress generally agrees on guidelines, policies, and then it delegates authority to the expert administrative agency to fill in the blanks. Our Congress doesn't have the time or the expertise to become experts in energy policy and election policy and all sorts of other things that the administrative state does. This
right, that's the whole
trying
point.
To trim the sails of federal regulation by requiring Congress to do more than it reasonably can do, the result of which is essentially to say nobody will be able to do a lot of new and novel things unless Congress can finally get around to regulating directly.
Again, as this SCOTUS blog post by Amy Howe on the decision reads, quote, Roberts' full-throated embrace of the major questions doctrine, a judicially created approach to statutory interpretation in challenges to agency authority, likely will have ripple effects far beyond the EPA. His reasoning applies to any major policymaking effort by federal agencies. So the opinion says it doubts that Congress actually means to give the EPA that much control.
But how do you know that? It's oh my god. Hold on. So, like, you didn't know, how could you derive, that logic? Oh, yeah, I don't know if Congress actually gave the authority of the Environmental Protection Agency to, I don't know, protect the environment. What?
Over how much coal the energy grid has, and that while Section 111 of the Clean Air Act gives the agency the application of the best system of emissions reduction, the word system doesn't actually mean anything.
Oh.
Quote, finally, the court has no occasion to decide whether the statutory phrase system of emissions reduction refers exclusively to measures that improve the pollution performance of individual sources, such that all other actions are ineligible to qualify as the best system of emissions reduction. It is pertinent to the court's analysis that the EPA has acted consistent with such a limitation for 4 decades, but the only question before the court is more narrow: whether the best system of emission reduction identified by EPA in the Clean Power Plan was within the authority granted to the agency in Section 111D of the Clean Air Act. For the reasons given, the answer is no. Okay, now let's look at the dissenting opinion, which was given by Justice Kagan and joined by Justices Breyer and Sotomayor. Quote, today the court strips the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, of the power Congress gave it to respond to the most pressing environmental challenge of our time, Massachusetts v. EPA. This is actually the first time Massachusetts v. EPA is brought up. The majority opinion didn't even mention it, probably because it goes directly against their opinion. She talks about how Congress specifically charged the EPA with greenhouse gas emissions in Massachusetts v. EPA, including regulating fossil fuel power plants. She says she believes Section 111 of the Clean Air Act does give the agency the authority to do so. Quote, Section 111 of the Clean Air Act directs EPA to regulate stationary sources of any substance that causes or contributes significantly to air pollution, and that may reasonably be anticipated to endanger public health and welfare. Carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases fit that description. She points out that many power companies actually side with the EPA on this case. She accuses the court of obstructing the EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gases from the beginning. Quote, right after the Obama administration issued the Clean Power Plan, the court stayed its implementation. That action was unprecedented. Never before had the court stayed a regulation then under review in the lower courts. The effect of the court's order, followed by the Trump administration's repeal of the rule, was that the Clean Power Plan never went into effect. The ensuing years, though, proved the plan's moderation. Market forces alone caused the power industry to meet the plan's nationwide emissions target through exactly the kinds of generation shifting the plan contemplated. So by the time yet another president took office, the plan had become, as a practical matter, obsolete. What's interesting is that just the anticipation of the plan actually did encourage market forces to shift away from coal by about the same amount the plan was asking, because coal is dying on its own. If you look at this graph, you can see there is a sharp decline in coal-fired power generation starting in 2014 when the plan was introduced. The dissenting opinion continues saying, therefore, President Biden would have never reinstated the CPP, but would have constructed a new rulemaking, so there was really no reason for the court to even be ruling on this in the first place. Quote, that new rule will be subject anyway to immediate pre-enforcement judicial review, but this court could not wait, even to see what the new rule says, to constrain the EPA's effort to address climate change. Kagan says this ruling flies in the face of what Congress wrote. Quote, the majority says it's simply not plausible that Congress enabled EPA to regulate power plants' emissions through generation shifting, but that is just what Congress did when it broadly authorized EPA in Section 111 to select the best system of emissions reduction for power plants. The best system, full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts of any kind relevant here. She says that this was the best system chosen by the EPA. Quote, the majority's decision rests on one claim alone, that generation shifting is too new and too big a deal for Congress to have authorized it in Section 111's general terms. But that is wrong. A key reason Congress makes broad delegations like Section 111 is so an agency can respond appropriately and commensurately to new and big problems. Congress knows what it doesn't and can't know when it drafts a statute. And Congress therefore gives the expert agency the power to address issues, even significant ones, as and when they arise. The Republicans involved in this court case say that decisions relating to reducing emissions are back to where they belong, in Congress. But of course, they say this knowing that Congress is gridlocked.
Right, exactly. That's the whole point. It's like they found the perfect time, the perfect scenario, and took full advantage of it and just kind of checkmated, essentially. Not that it can't be done, but it is going to be so difficult for any type of climate action at any point at this point. It's going to be so tough. A Supreme Court justice is an expert on this sort of stuff? No, which is funny. Which is funny that they should even like mention that. On the bright side, it's not like the US was ever going to limit emissions anyways. True. It's not like, yeah, well, now we're definitely on our way to not being close to being able to do anything much about anything. I mean, like, whatever little semblance of like avenues that we have are slowly being like taken away. Why should we when other countries don't? What does other countries have to do with us? What? What is this whataboutism?
Mainly due to West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, who's technically a Democrat, but has consistently sided with Republicans, especially relating to environmental and emissions topics. Makes sense because he's the most fossil fuel funded congressman and his family owns a coal mine. The dissenting opinion says that Congress purposely made the Clean Air Act language broad to provide leeway for the EPA to act as it sees fit. She cites the irony of the majority suggesting a cap and
Drew, in an ideal scenario, we would be sanctioned. There's plenty of arguments to be had. So we have to suffer? What are you talking about? Well, they're free to do what they want. What? What are you talking about? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Trade system is different than what the EPA was doing.
I'm saying we have to suffer. What? What? Suffer from what? Suffer how? Exactly. What?
Because that's just another system. Quote, for generation shifting fits comfortably within the conventional meaning of a system of emissions reduction, consider one of the most common mechanisms of generation shifting, the use of cap and trade system. Here is how the majority describes cap and trade. Under a scheme, sources that receive a reduction in their emissions can sell a credit representing the value of the reduction to others who are able to count it towards their own applicable emissions caps. Does that sound like a system to you? It does to me too. She notes that even relying on
how many people in Congress are lawyers? I don't know if that even like means anything, to be honest. Nobody in Congress could be a lawyer. The issue here is the courts, under some very dubious logic, based on hypotheticals. In other words, based on like a house of cards, have decided that something as obvious as the EPA doesn't actually have the authority to, I don't know, protect the environment.
Capture technology to be added to fossil fuel plants would result in a generational shift.
Every regulation of power plants, even the most conventional facility-specific controls, dictates the national energy mix to one degree or another. That result follows because regulations affect costs, and the electrical grid works by taking up energy from low-cost providers before high-cost ones. In that sense, even though the term has taken on a more specified meaning, everything EPA does is generation shifting. The majority's idea that EPA has no warrant to direct such a shift just indicates that courts sometimes do not really get regulation.
Kagan also points out the unprecedented nature of the major questions doctrine. Quote, the majority claims it is just following precedent, but that is not so. The court has never even used the term major questions doctrine before. And in the relevant cases, the court has done statutory construction of a familiar sort. She accuses the court of picking and choosing when to follow text, saying, quote, the current court is textualist only when it so suits it. When that method would frustrate broader goals, special canons like the major questions doctrine magically appear as get out of text free cards. Today, one of those broader goals makes itself clear. Prevent agencies from doing important work even though that is what Congress directed. That anti-administrative state stance shows up in the majority opinion and it suffices the concurrence. Kagan's dissenting opinion ends like this, quote, the subject matter of the regulation here makes the court's intervention all the more troubling. Whatever else this court may know about, it does not have a clue about how to address climate change.
True.
And let's say the obvious.
God damn. What a base dissenting statement right there. Well, at least that particular statement. Yeah, hey, we're getting ourselves a little bit over our heads here. Also, why are we dealing with hypotheticals? What?
Here are high. Yet the court today prevents congressionally authorized agency action to curb power plants' carbon dioxide emissions. The court appoints itself, instead of Congress or the expert agency, the decision maker on climate policy.
Essentially.
I cannot think of many things more frightening.
Essentially.
I dissent.
Essentially. But man, what a freaking sham. Yeah, exactly. I respectfully dissent. Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go ahead and look now at the reactions from different people. We're going to start with the reaction for the people that are happy about this.
The people that are happy about this. I wonder if they'll be saying the same thing once, have you guys seen what happened? How things looked before the EPA was ever enacted? I don't know if you've all seen this, but the way things were before the EPA had some legitimate power before it was created. Look at this. Stop it. Look at the smog on this. Jesus Christ. Look at this. This is the future that conservatives want. This is the future that conservatism wants.
An important thing to note is that, like the Roe versus Wade case, this Supreme Court ruling is unpopular.
My bleeding heart, says the freaking clown who can't answer a simple question.
A recent poll by Data for Progress found that 60% of voters think the EPA should have the power to control air pollutants that contribute to climate change, and 62% of voters think the EPA should be able to regulate emissions from power plants. So just saying. Here's what the West Virginia AG response was to the ruling. We have won our West Virginia v. EPA case at the Supreme Court. Huge victory against federal overreach and the excess of the administrative state.
Against federal overreach.
Huge win for West Virginia, our energy jobs, and those who care about maintaining separation of powers in our nation.
Okay. Oh man, what a bunch of buzzwords. Damn. Okay.
Then the West Virginia AG tweeted this comment by a Politico energy and climate reporter Joshua Sagal. Just now, West Virginia AG Morrissey makes clear he's not done challenging Biden's climate agenda. Quote, West Virginia is ready for President Biden's workarounds. We are prepared to do it again, and again. West Virginia won't be run over by President Biden's excess.
Oh yeah, hey guys, truly the bastion of climate policy. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., the bastion of climate policy, needs to be defeated for excessive overreach. Ugh. This decision is like right. It's like yeah, they're all basing this on the idea that there might be future damages without a rule being put in place. There's nothing to fight. Okay, if there is no rule in place, what are you fighting about? The answer is some future potential is what they're fighting. Yeah, someday those coal minings are coming back. Just wait. Why not do like they did with the cannabis law? If a state doesn't like the EP rule, then fine, they don't have to follow. But the consequences is that state no longer gets any federal funding for anything. Huh. Yeah, Biden's a superhuman politician. Correct.
He specifically cites the Biden SEC climate risk disclosure rule as a target. Quote, that would also fall into the major questions doctrine category, where the Biden administration is trying to transform all these agencies and turn them into environmental regulators. So that's concerning. And we're going to talk more about that in a sec. Big victory. Today, SCOTUS ruled in our favor in West Virginia, the Environmental Protection Agency, a critically important case that we joined West Virginia in filing that pushes back on the Biden EPA's job-killing regulations. We joined West Virginia to fight the EPA's overreach and challenging the agency's overly broad interpretation, allowing them to regulate almost any part of the economy. The consequences would lead to higher utility bills, job loss, and overall increase in energy prices. This is a huge win for MO. This is another argument Republicans make for why they took up the case, was that it would kill jobs. This is actually the farthest from the truth. According to the World Economic Forum, the global clean energy transition will displace 2.7 million fossil fuel jobs, yes, but it is expected to create 10.3 million new jobs by 2030. In the US specifically, the Energy Department just released energy job performance numbers for 2021. It found that energy jobs overall saw a 4% job growth, which is much higher than the national average growth number of 2.8%. And despite clean energy only making up about an eighth of the US energy generation, it was responsible for 40% of energy job growth. States that saw the most growth were Michigan, Texas, California, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the third largest coal state, by the way. The Brookings Institute recently published a report that found clean energy job growth will take place in the same places as current fossil fuel jobs are held, suggesting the clean energy transition can maintain or even bring back economic viability to fossil fuel focused areas. All of that is needed is retraining efforts. Another thing he mentioned was that clean energy transition would result in higher energy prices. This is also not true. While updating the grid to accept more clean energy might result in initial higher costs, but we need to modernize our grid anyways for many reasons. On their own, wind and solar costs way less than any form of fossil.
Yeah, like the whole argument just kind of falls apart. Yeah. Why did not they do it? When states passed cannabis laws, they would lose their highway funds as a result and keep legal weed down for a long time. Gotcha.
Fossil fuels. Gas used to be price comparable, but now prices for gas are super high. So clean energy will continue to be cheaper as it becomes a bigger part of the energy system. What gives me hope is all of the comments below the AG's tweet. All right, now let's look at some responses of people that are disappointed by the ruling. First, we got a response from the EPA director.
Listen, I am deeply disappointed in the Supreme Court's decision today, actually very frustrated. The decision does constrain what we do, but let me be clear, it doesn't take us out of the game. We still will be able to regulate climate pollution, and we're going to use all of the tools in our toolbox to do so. The constraint that we're seeing today just...
It is a federal issue. What are you talking about? Do you think that the environment just stays in one place? What? Are you okay?
Prevents us as a country from making the progress as quickly as we need to.
Do you think that...
Climate action presents an opportunity...
Do you think that pollution is limited by states? Where does it state that in law? What are you talking about? What do you think the job of the EPA is, which was a federally created agency? What do you think their job is? What are you talking about?
To ensure global competitiveness, create jobs, lower costs for families, and protect people's health and well-being, especially those who have suffered from the burden of inaction for far too long. And so, yes, today's action is a disappointing action. It's devastating in many ways, as the president has said, but it doesn't take us out of the game. And we're going to continue to use every tool we have to keep pace with tackling the climate crisis.
And we have Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey. The Supreme Court's decision in West Virginia v. EPA lets polluters turn back the clock on 50 years of reducing pollution and improving air quality all across the country. The result of this dangerous decision is an EPA that is undermined in its ability to protect the public. We cannot sit by as a captured, illegitimate, and far-right Supreme Court majority eviscerates the authority that the government has had for decades to...
Cool. And so great. All this is amazing. Cool. Super awesome. Just one question, though. Where the fuck have all you clowns been? Okay? Knowing the potentiality of this happening. You've had decades. You've had decades. Unfreaking believable.
Address greenhouse gas pollution from fossil fuels and prevent climate change. And then there's a tweet from this environmental lawyer and Sabin Center senior fellow Amy Turner. Things West Virginia v. EPA does not say. That EPA can't regulate power plants, that EPA can't regulate greenhouse gases from other sources, that EPA can't regulate other air pollutants, that federal agencies can't act on climate change, anything at all about state and local authority. Is she right? What does this actually mean for federal climate action?
It means that it's going to get a little bit tougher, and it also gives the issue also is, which she mentioned at the beginning, is that they made this decision on a hypothetical. So, like, could that mean that if the EPA decides to bring out a new rule, that it's going to get challenged immediately because of potential damages in the future?
So let's take a look at what this ruling means for the environment. Many say President Biden's pledge to reduce U.S. emissions by half by 2030 is out the window, at least through a federal regulations approach.
I mean,
having the EPA regulate power plant emissions was one of the three pillars that made his plan possible, with the other two being Congress passing the reconciliation bill, which Manchin won't let happen, and the EPA regulating vehicle emissions, which Republicans are currently fighting in the lower courts. However, did this court rule actually make it so that the EPA can't regulate plant emissions at all?
No.
Or just that it can't specifically say it wants less coal plants by this?
No, the problem is that it didn't say that they can't regulate at all. It was meant to hamstring their ability to make regulations. That's the problem.
This time, because the majority opinion seemed to recognize or support or not stray away from the cap and trade approach, and pointed to other cases where the EPA put a blanket limit on emissions as potentially being appropriate. My line of thought has been backed by several legal experts like Amy Turner, who we saw that tweet from, and Harvard Law School professor Jody Freeman. So now EPA regulations might just work slower through other methods.
Hey,
but
and
judging from West Virginia,
yes, that's the point. It's designed to hamstring the EPA and slow them down. Guess what? We don't have a lot of time. Sorry, that was a bad delivery. Guess what? We don't have a lot of time. It basically means the EPA has to regulate each power plant as its own entity.
AG's perspective on how he's going to try to block every other move Biden makes, there's going to be plenty of options for lower court cases for the Supreme Court to take up, and this could just be the Supreme Court's first step. Something to look forward to is when the Supreme Court reconvenes in the fall, it's going to talk about Slackett v. EPA, which might result in the conservative judges voting that the EPA has overstepped its authority when regulating the nation's wetlands and waterways.
Oh, that's going to be nice.
American federally regulated water.
That's going to be nice. Water's next, folks. I hope you enjoy the finer things in life. Like water. yeah, which power plant owners will then turn around and sue over the regulations, right? And then it's a endless process. Of course, Congress is absolutely freaking useless at this point in time. That's the goal.
Bodies could lose protections, according to some estimates. And with the conservative judges' disdain for the Chevron deterrence, they could hypothetically consider any action by a regulatory body that tries to make rules pertaining to technology or circumstances unbeknownst to original rulemakers as major, and employ this major questions doctrine to it to block regulatory bodies from making their own adaptations. Speaking specifically for the climate, Congress wasn't thinking about greenhouse gases and climate change during the 40s and 60s. So the Supreme Court...
I mean, they knew about it. I guess that's true. They weren't really thinking about it, even though they knew, but they kind of just said, well, screw it.
Could rule against any attempt by regulatory bodies to regulate emissions or require climate disclosure laws, like what West Virginia's next move might be. All this being said, federal regulations, if not yet, will likely continue to be hobbled. This puts more responsibility on states and local governments to lead the climate movement. Several states are already on it. The League of Conservation Voters reports that 4 out of 10 Americans currently live in a state that is committed to reducing emissions by 100% by 2050 at least. That's about 24 states, which is not enough, but it's something. Granted, states like Virginia are backsliding on their climate goals. Pennsylvania and Texas's governor races in November are very important when it comes to which direction their climate policies will go. You need to really think about who you want to control your state's emissions and climate resiliency plans when you're choosing who to vote for these kind of races. It's more important than ever right now. There are also power companies to consider. Several power and utility companies have made their own climate commitments, despite several being in fossil fuel heavy states. One could argue corporations are also moving to decarbonize, but I have personally been continuously disappointed by their progress right now.
Yeah, I would press X to doubt on any corporation that claims to be moving towards a more carbon neutral, whatever greenwash PR stunt that they're trying to do. I would be completely skeptical. Okay, and energy companies, here's the solution: just nationalize them.
Now, so I think maybe a little more regulation is necessary, but I know some of you are going to disagree with me on that. But bottom line, this ruling does not mean that the fight is over. The tools at our disposal have just been shrunk a little bit.
Yeah, that's a huge problem though.
And what you think the next steps are in the comment section below. I would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that's the huge problem though. The problem is that the damage is done. The damage is done. They've successfully managed through some dubious logic to stall movements forward, any steps forward, and essentially the thing that we don't really have a lot of is time. How long has this EPA fight been going? For quite a while. For years and years and years, this fight has been going on, and that's the goal, right? That's the goal. It's to successfully hamstring the government's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions to the point where, well, it won't matter, because by the time they get through it, it's already too late. It won't matter. Some good memes, huh? I think the next video is appropriate. Kind of following, piggybacking off that.
3 million customers without power. No heat, no water after this first storm, and it's been deadly.
Residents are experiencing some of the worst winter weather of their lives.
In 2021, Texas froze over. For a U.S. state known for its heat, the sudden cold snap in the winter of that year was a brutal shock to residents across the region. Power lines froze, plumbing stopped working, and roads were rendered undrivable. 246 people died because they were unable to access the basic means to live. And in the midst of this disaster, when power was shut off across much of Texas, forcing people to suffer through days of intense cold, the private companies managing Texas electric grids were making a killing.
Many Texans are now facing sky-high electricity bills.
This is kind of just to set the groundwork for why I think that this video is going to make a great point. I think this video is going to make a great point. Hold on, folks. You are not talking about what everyone except leftists and socialists want to talk about, which is inflation, high gas prices. Bro, if you want to talk about inflation and high gas prices, blame capitalism. Geared towards providing liberty and individual freedom, where states and laws are more geared towards restricting liberty and individual freedoms. I don't even know if that's true. That is not the solution for reducing high gas prices and bringing down inflation. Nationalize the gas companies. You want a solution? Nationalize the gas companies and reduce tariffs. Because the reason why we're having such high inflation, I know there's different factors involved, but one of the biggest factors for the inflation that we're seeing now is our supply lines are completely effed. So we need to open those up. I'm just saying. Or start producing some things here. So yeah, if you're going to complain about inflation, and specifically, especially about high gas prices, blame capitalism. What are you talking about? Lefties have recognized that one of the core issues that we're seeing here one of the core issues here is being driven by capitalism. What is inflation? Please tell me. You tell me. What? Like, do you want a definition? Are you incapable of, like, Googling a simple definition? I'm pretty sure you can read, my friend. You're obviously typing.
Texas is just one harbinger of what's to come. Natural disasters are no longer natural. Not only are they supercharged by climate change, but in the wake of these climate-caused catastrophes, businesses and free market policy hawks exploit those who survive. People in the throes of disasters are unable to push back against new policies and agendas that foreground profit and capitalist accumulation over human well-being. Today we unpack this by understanding how and why disasters like the Texas freeze are used by capitalism. Today we ask, what is disaster capitalism and why does it matter? This video was made possible by CuriosityStream and Nebula. If you've been watching OCC for a while, you might know that I have a ton of content that can't be found on YouTube over on the creator-made streaming service Nebula, like my full video on why direct air capture is capitalism's biggest gamble, or a whole video I just made.
I think we have, in terms of like nuclear, it's not a priority for me. I think nuclear, not only is it incredibly expensive, to upkeep and to build, and it takes a lot of time to become online, but we have a lot cheaper options that can possibly be deployed now. So yeah, that's my thought on that.
Explaining the core principles behind eco-socialism and much, much more. You can see all of them on Nebula by signing up for the CuriosityStream Nebula bundle at curiositystream.com/OCC or using the link in the description.
That's not true. High inflation is due to high spending by the government. That's not all that causes inflation. You should know that. Inflation is caused by a lot of different factors. There's a lot of different things that can cause the price of goods and services to go up. You know that, right? Like, just saying. The sun is free. Exactly. When a bottle of water goes up in price $200 after a hurricane, that's not inflation, that's price gouging. Correct. A lot of the inflation that we're seeing now is like domino effects of supply chain issues that we are now coming to grips with. That's what's driving up a lot of that's the main driver of inflation now. You can add a couple of you can sprinkle price gouging, but the reality is that the majority of inflation that we're seeing today is driven by supply chain issues. To think that inflation, to have such a childish understanding of economics, to think that inflation is just government spending, just illustrates how little you actually know. The business and capitalism's created the supply chain issues. Great, correct. Is mitigate what these rich people have done to us, unless by some miracle we can come up with a technology that would take care of all the environmental issues to make humans, animals, and plants healthier. We're effed. Man, damn, if only we could have some technology. Hey guys, chat, if only there was some miracle technology that that doesn't exist, like solar panels and wind turbines, depending on where you are, maybe depending on how it's deployed, hydroelectric power. If only there was like technologies that exist. I mean, like, damn. If only. I know, right? It is what it is. How's it going, Melanie? If only. If only there was some miracle technology. Man. If only. What you say is wrong. Try again, because the black economist Thomas Sowell. Oh man. Thomas Sowell. Ah, yes. The critically acclaimed economist who no one cites anymore. Thomas Sowell. Right? Like rites? Like rituals? Oh, man. Yeah. What a childish understanding of economics. Imagine thinking that, like, this is how the world works. Yeah, a memo. I think we're on it. I'm trying to ignore that and give it as little life as possible. Just ignore that. Ban and ignore, folks. Ban and ignore. Mayhem hippie with the 50 biddies. Yeah, like just ban and ignore. It's the same. Just ban and ignore. Yeah, imagine citing Thomas Sowell. Oh man. What a childish understanding of economics. Sad.
Below.
They're clearly feeling squeezed by the rising costs.
Senator Raphael Warnock.
Sorry, Raphael Warnock.
Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change.
That's
when
true.
that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. This quote, penned by the father of neoliberalism, Milton Friedman, in his book Capitalism and Freedom, is the seed of disaster capitalism. To Friedman, crisis breeds change, but the nature of that change is tied to what ideas are available at the time.
Hey, people cite him all the time. That's not how you spell cite either. who cites him as like a legitimate economic source? Only right-wingers? Only people who just want to hear what they want to hear, like confirmation bias? Is that it? Is that the only people who cite him? That's weird. That's weird.
It was his life's work to make free market capitalism the idea lying around. From 1962, when that quote was first put to the page, up until today, Friedman and his followers have been remarkably successful in that task. It wasn't until the aftermath of the initial invasion of Iraq in 2003 and the subsequent terror campaign by the US military that destabilized the whole country that this free market...
No person who understands economics actually takes that guy seriously. I'm just saying, Chad. Just... no.
disaster agenda emerged into the limelight. After witnessing the atrocities of Iraq, journalist Naomi Klein set out to understand how and why policies of capitalism rooted in privatization, deregulation, and the free market, also known as neoliberalism, tend to emerge directly after disasters. She sums up her finding in the 2007 book, The Shock Doctrine, and reveals the plans of right-wing governments and free market hawks.
After a shocking event, a war, coup, terrorist attack, market crash, or natural disaster,
Stop being rude.
The public's disorientation.
Dude, it's not my fault that you have a childish understanding of how things work and you want to desperately cling on to whatever confirms your biases. That's maybe you should reflect and have some introspection. Yeah, send it to me in whispers.
Suspend democracy. Push through radical free market policies that enrich the 1% at the expense of the poor and middle class.
In short, capitalists harness the shock of disasters, whether natural or unnatural, to ram through...
You are the one who's biased? How am I biased?
Policies of privatization and austerity, buy up property cheaply, and exploit shattered communities for profit. And as we'll soon see, disaster capitalists have been hard at work enacting this change since the 1960s. On September 11th, 1973, a battle raged in the streets surrounding the Chilean Capitol building. A group of military officers led by General Augusto Pinochet and backed by the economic and political might of the United States ousted the democratically elected and immensely popular socialist leader of Chile, Salvador Allende. In place of Allende's policies, which included free milk for children, land redistribution, and the nationalization of industries like healthcare, the US-backed Pinochet regime stepped in and instigated military rule. They rounded up thousands of suspected leftists and tortured, killed, or disappeared them. Later reports by the National Commission on Political Imprisonment and Torture, as well as the National Commission for Truth and Reconciliation, found that Pinochet's regime committed over 30,000 human rights abuses. In the midst of this terrible violence heaped onto the Chilean public by the new military government, Milton Friedman's protégés in Chile, known as the Chicago Boys, began whispering policy recommendations and neoliberal ideas into Pinochet's ear. Policies that had been drummed up in cooperation with the CIA months before the coup took place that foregrounded free market ideas of privatization and deregulation. By 1975, Pinochet had unleashed these neoliberal policies upon Chile. His regime sought to turn back much of the nationalization accomplished by Allende. They reprivatized agricultural land distributed under Allende, as well as sold off industries like state...
That's not true. However, libertarians and conservatives have brought nothing of value to the table. Such a myopic view of how inflation even works. Like, do you think that honestly inflation is just when government overspends? There's absolutely no other factor involved. When you know, or you should know, that when you talk about, like, economics, there are a myriad of different variables. And you're just saying, well, it's just the government spending, and, you know, obviously, that's what it is. Come on, think about it.
held mines to Pinochet's son-in-law for low prices. All told, Pinochet's government sold off an estimated $3.6 billion worth of state-owned assets. In a matter of years, Chile was brutally shocked from a socialist economy to a capitalist one. An economy so in line with Milton Friedman's...
Yeah, for inflation. Inflation has different causes and factors involved too. It's not just one thing. I would check back in later. Try to have a decent of a day as you can. You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Neoliberal ideology that he called the reorientation a miracle. The Chilean coup is a textbook example of disaster capitalism, but it's certainly not the only example. In the wake of political crises like the fall of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, East Timor after its decades-long war with Indonesia in 2000, and Iraq after 2003, right-wing governments, the World Bank, and NGOs rammed through neoliberal programs. East Timor, for example, was only allowed loans from the World Bank under the condition that it cut its public budget and personnel while simultaneously paying private contractors substantial sums of money for advice. While in Iraq, nationalized industries were dismantled and replaced with private corporations like Halliburton and Bechtel. Both American companies were given massive contracts to help quote-unquote rebuild Iraq. The results of those privatization efforts speak for themselves.
Rebuilding in Iraq has consumed tens of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
The massive effort, which started with high hopes but is now mired in problems of corruption, waste, and mismanagement.
And even after unmanufactured disasters like Hurricane Mitch, which ravaged Central America in 1998, free market policies were
Yes, I'm blaming conservatives because they're the ones who are in charge. Conservative ideology is the one that's in charge here. Capitalism is the system that's currently within, that is operating here. And libertarians have no concept of economics whatsoever. They're like a kindergartner's understanding of economics. Why do you think? Why do you think they shouldn't have a? Why do you think I think that they're so ill-informed? The economy is extremely complicated. Thank you. Anyone who claims to be an expert or know what causes everything is just flat out lying, because if it was simple to understand, it would be simple to resolve, which it isn't, so it's not. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, damn, no kidding. Oh, yeah. Inflation is just caused by when government spends more money, then automatically inflation. Like, well, no, that's not even true itself. Then why are Democrats run everything and the federal government again? Do your research and we can talk. I did my own research. I understand this. You know why? Because I talk to experts. Because I talk to experts who know more than me. Why would I ever position myself as some type of big brain, a bastion of economic knowledge? No, I talk to people who know more than me. I ask questions to people who know more than me. You just need a free of as market as possible. That's a good meme. Man, just more delusions. More delusions. More delusions.
Forced on countries in exchange for recovery aid. Honduras privatized airports and highways and made it easier for foreigners to buy up land, while Nicaragua announced...
There's nothing to be happy about, by the way. Happy 4th? Fuck that. Half this country isn't even, considered a person. Fuck that.
Plans to privatize its electricity and petroleum sectors, and Guatemala announced plans to sell off its phone system. The list of disasters used to push through neoliberal policies goes on. With each new disaster, the threat of deregulation and privatization looms. And we are now entering into an age of constant
Alio with the 10 biddies, thank you.
Of climate chaos. Fossil-fueled capitalism continues to put more and more carbon dioxide into the...
Why live in misery? I don't know, because imagine, if you will, America is great. Not really. Half the country isn't even considered a person. So, no, not really. We haven't been as great as, we haven't really been great at all. Why live in misery? I could blame capitalism. That's the current system that's currently running things.
The atmosphere year after year, heating up the planet and giving rise to even more disasters. Our current system is forging a...
Wait, if you don't even live here, how could you say, like, what? Trust me, you don't want your place to be like ours.
Disaster capitalist spiral, creating the circumstances for more and ever worsening crises that it then uses to increase corporate profits and build systems of neoliberal capitalism that make future disasters even harsher.
No, I don't. Yanis Varoufakis? No, I haven't actually.
Having watched the film, if you could describe it.
13 years ago, ex-Wall Street banker Phil Heilberg was traveling through South Sudan buying up land. He wasn't purchasing millions of acres of fertile land in South Sudan because he wanted to move there or because he had dreams of becoming a farmer. Phil Heilberg was betting on disaster. According to the reporting by Mackenzie Funk in Rolling Stone magazine, Heilberg sought to cash in on a looming food crisis. At the time, global food prices were doubling and tripling, and Heilberg saw this disaster as an opportunity to strike it rich. If he owned huge tracts of arable and healthy land, he could potentially make a killing by leasing or selling that land to farmers in desperate need of healthy soil to grow their crops. This is just a taste of what's in store for us under a future of climate change.
Oh, yeah, yeah. There, like, water is already, like, you can bet against water right now. So if that isn't dystopic enough.
Grabs like Heilberg's have already begun with billionaires buying up thousands of acres of land.
Bill Gates owns more land than all of the entire city of New York. Jeff Bezos' land is double the amount.
To those hell-bent on capitalist accumulation and free market policy, climate change will, as the 2006 Stern Review, a 700-page report on the economics of climate change concludes, create significant business opportunities. As if it wasn't bad enough that capitalism has given rise to the climate crisis and the disasters it's leaving in its wake, it will continue a vicious cycle of profiting off of climate disasters as well, using these catastrophes to solidify its reign. In this sense, capitalism is both the hunter and the scavenger. It bolsters industries fueling climate chaos and then picks at the remains in a way that renders communities already ravaged by climate change even more vulnerable. Let's head back to Texas.
I understand that our current system created this crisis. I understand that we created this crisis. So allow me to take advantage of that by selling you the solution. Yeah, okay. Did you see what happened to the refugees in Europe? Nope. Wait, where?
This in 2021 to see this emerging climate disaster capitalism in action. Since 1999, Texas has steadily marched down the road of energy deregulation. In the name of competition, better prices, and service,
what?
The Texas government gutted energy standards.
What? Like in a video? Oh my god. Yep, I'm reading about it now. This was done by Moroccan authorities, I think, right? Oh my goodness.
That is related to my last video. Something that I want to cover that is related to my last
just
video
a sidestep.
on the upcoming climate refugee
Oh shoot, might be
crisis.
TOS? Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think he's showing anything, right? Like a YouTube video, by definition, would be good, right? Well, I had to scroll past almost a page of results to see the African refugee massacre. Yeah, I'm reading about it right now. I think 37 plus at this time from what I'm reading. Okay, we're good. Whew. Gracias. Thank you.
That is going to make any refugee crisis up until this point, including World War II, by the way, look like fucking nothing, is the massacre of migrants trying to cross the border into the Spanish colony in northern Morocco of Melilla, Spain. First, let me give you a little bit of background here. Melilla is it's a colony that Spain kept after they were forced out of Morocco. But since it's technically Spanish territory, that means that it's not just Spanish territory, but also EU territory in Africa. Legally, if refugees are able to actually cross the border fence and get in there, they have to be processed as refugees, which can take a long time, and the EU and Spain don't want that. So what they do is they try to keep them out as much as possible to prevent them from ever touching the technically Spanish/EU soil, which is actually a colony. So lots of migrants try to get there because it's obviously a lot easier than crossing the Mediterranean and getting to Europe proper. So these migrants from Africa, from countries that have been colonized by Europe for centuries, that have been forced into poverty by Europe for centuries, now trying to escape that predicament by heading to the imperial core, which is rich off of exploiting them and their countries for centuries, are getting massacred by border guards in the imperial core.
Border guards.
Protect our borders. Fortress Europe. I cannot show the pictures, but there were so many dead. There was far more dead than has been officially counted.
Yes.
Because there were so many dead, they literally had them fucking piled up on the floor.
Yeah, it says that their hundreds were injured. The hundreds who were injured were left in piles on the ground without help for hours. It is likely that the death toll will continue to rise. Jesus.
Floor. Like it looked like a picture of a fucking death camp from World War II. Like, the pictures from the concentration camps of the bodies piled up, it literally looked like that. They're currently saying at least 23 died trying to cross the border, and it was certainly far more than that. And another thing is, Spain essentially forces Morocco to also police the border. So it has, double-sided border enforcement from the Moroccan Border Patrol and the Spanish Border Patrol. They have to keep the undesirables from getting to Europe, don't they? So they better just fucking massacre them by crushing them against a fucking massive barbed wire fence. People don't do this unless they're incredibly fucking desperate, unless their homes have been fucking wrecked, unless they have no other option, unless there's no so-called opportunity for them. They don't go and scale a massive fucking fence, hoping to maybe be able to get into Spain one day and sell counterfeit products for half of the minimum wage. They're doing this because they are desperate, and they have been made desperate by Europe. And Europe's response to that is, no, you're less than human to us. Stay the fuck out. Our countries are only for real humans, aka white people, as much as possible. They only want white people to be allowed in. And it's gonna get worse. You think this was bad? Well, it obviously was bad, but it's gonna look positively humane in comparison in 10, 20, 30 years. When more and more refugees start making these sorts of trips because of the climate change crisis, as it gets worse.
God damn, that's exactly what I was thinking. If this is bad, if this is bad, and this could be labeled as horrendous, atrocious, abhorrent, horrifying, all the words. What's going to happen when you've displaced tens of millions of people, perhaps more? Who knows? What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
And worse as their homes become less and less habitable. This is going to get far worse. And I covered this in my...
Which this is a direct, like, there's no arguments that the climate crisis will displace an untold amount of people, and it will be our fault.
My response to Courier Gazette on climate change on my main channel. Like, people just do not fathom how bad it's going to be, especially in Africa. Africa is going to be the hardest hit continent by climate change. Like, there's going to be like a fucking hierarchy of states. Like, the further north that you get in Africa, there's going to be like border patrol after border patrol policing their borders from migrants coming in from further south until they eventually get to Europe. It's going to be fucking massacre after massacre after massacre after massacre. All caused by emissions coming from the first world, all caused by centuries of exploitation by the first world of the third. It's going to be awful. It's going to be fucking terrible. And no one talks about it. Like, all the comments on my video responding to Courier Gazette are people saying, oh, but Courier Gazette just wanted people to feel optimistic, and I felt so optimistic after viewing their video. Why?
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, I agree that, you know, hey, listen, if you want to try to give like an optimistic spin on things, you've got to base it on like reality, right? You got to tell people the truth, okay? If you want to sound optimistic, you got to tell people what exactly is going on, and then provide them a solution, okay? And then encourage them to, you know, assist in reaching that solution. That's how you do it. You can't lie to people. That's the problem we're having here. Especially mainly with that, I understand what you did, breaking down that video, and I think the other one, Misopath, essentially made the same argument, right? Like, you can't just lie to people, okay? You can't just lie to people. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Why do you have to ruin it like this? Why can't you just let them tell me the pretty little lies that make me feel better about myself? I have a better question to you. Why do you not consider people in the third world to be equal human beings to you? Why do they not matter to you? What's going to happen to them is fucking utterly...
Well, but they're over there. And I'm over here. So it doesn't matter. It's not a problem until it's my problem, right? You should be terrified. 100%. Yeah. You should be terrified, and then use that to be to take some sort of action in whatever ways you can. That's the whole point. It's definitely concerning when people lie for the sake of trying to make people feel better. That's not good. That's not good. The reality is the reality. There's no way of painting this in a light way. And therefore, hey, therefore, we should be doing things about it.
Horrific. And all that you care about is feeling a little bit better. They just care more about lies that make them feel good than they do about the horrifying truth of what is going to happen to real, actual, living, breathing human beings because of what their countries have done and are going to do in the future.
Right, and the funny thing is, like, again, it's like these folks don't have a perception of reality, or don't want to. They have the same exact problematic thought process that gets encouraged, like Michael pointed out, of this, like, that is being encouraged by the media that we see, the politicians in action, the fact that we continuously get pumped with propaganda by, like, the fossil fuel industry, all the major players, the big animal agriculture industry, the big regular centralized agriculture industry. All of this is kind of painting the picture that maybe things aren't really as bad, and that the folks who are overblowing it are just simply they're just simply alarmists. And, you know, I would like to think that there's some you know, like, feel good, insert feel good whatever here, and then, like, that's it, and that's the end of the thought process.
future. The West, not just Europe, the West's treatment of migrants is utterly fucking abhorrent, inhumane, disgusting, as well as that of the...
I mean, I think the bigger issue at play here is what happened. That's the bigger issue here.
Of the third world countries who they frequently deputize to do the enforcement for them. Morocco is one of them. Like, I'd call this a tragedy, but it's not really a tragedy, because for me a tragedy is generally something that is at least like partly unintentional, right? Like an earthquake can be a tragedy for me. Personally, I consider this like a travesty, an abhorrent fucking travesty. Basically a fucking act of war against random civilians who are just trying to make their own lives better because their option has been denied to them in their own countries by European Western imperialism for centuries. Fucking disgusting. Yeah, I mean, especially France and Spain do this. Like, they deputize their former colonies to be used against countries further south in Africa. Like, it's like outsourcing violence. It's similar to what Australia has done by outsourcing refugee detention camps, concentration camps, to random Pacific islands, like Nauru.
Well, that's nice. Excellent news at 10:40 a.m. That's horrifying. Well, I will agree with Madame Panada that man, that connection that's saying, like, look, if you think this is bad, if you think this is an atrocity, if you think that this is like horrifying, abhorrent, all the words, just wait until like, you know, things really come to full circle, right? When you've got an untold amount, I'm gonna stop guessing the numbers, an untold amount of people trying to leave because, well, their place is going to be completely uninhabitable. Yeah, that's going to be...
and allowed a host of private utility companies to compete for contracts. Texas's electric grid was beginning to look like something right out of Milton Friedman's playbook, but this meant companies cut corners. Utilities failed to winterize gas pipelines, maintain emergency energy reserves, as well as ignored known failure points in their systems. And then in February of 2021, the stretching of the polar vortex, which could be the result of climate change, led to a brutal cold snap. The Texas energy grid quite literally froze over. Millions were left without power. In the midst of this disaster, energy companies were raking in profits. To keep the heat on, customers were charged inhumane prices. Texas utility companies made so much money that one executive boasted to investors that the week of the cold snap was like hitting the jackpot. Deregulation made
that alone, that statement alone, which by the way was a real quote, I've seen that quote multiple times reported, that is a real quote. That alone is enough for people to be like, hey, maybe this shouldn't be like a private thing. We should nationalize these energy sectors. Nah.
This climate disaster worse. Then capitalists reaped the benefits while the rest suffered. This also happened with Puerto Rico in the wake of Hurricane Maria, a disaster supercharged by climate change and made worse by decades of austerity measures forced on Puerto Rico in
all praise the invisible hand. True.
exchange for escape from the shackles of illegitimate debt. After the storm flattened Puerto Rico's electric grid, the government awarded a private company, Luma, with a contract to help rebuild it, as well as continued its history of austerity policies by shutting down over 300 schools, all in the name of balancing the budget and freeing up money for recovery. Disaster capitalism struck again after Hurricane Irma decimated the island of Barbuda. For centuries, the people of Barbuda have held resources and land on the island in common. But after the storm struck, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda sought to privatize that land by pushing land reform, luxury resorts, and foreign investments onto Barbudans against their will in order to kickstart the island's recovery efforts. But disaster capitalism hasn't been the only recovery model at play. In the wake of Maria, another way stood in defiance of this disaster capitalist model. One based not on how much profit can be squeezed out of the land and people, but instead on something else.
They're clearly
crushing sadness and anger that comes from witnessing disaster capitalism.
So easy to quote from a Texas Republican politician who said it wasn't the government's job to provide electric services to the people. What?
It also gives me hope. Going back to that Milton Friedman quote, when a crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. Key to this is that the ideas don't have to be neoliberal capitalism. They can instead be life-affirming, zero-carbon ideas centered around helping people and planet, not on increasing profit.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, like, that's even, like, difficult to contend with is just wild to me. Not everything needs to be crunched and about how much you can squeeze for profits. The fact that this is such a hard, like, idea to contend with is wild to me. Not everything needs to be for profit. Your primary directive after a disaster shouldn't be how much money I can make from this. It should be how many people I can help. What resources can we provide to each other?
Is exactly what happened when Hurricane Maria left the barrio of Mariana without electricity, internet access, food stores, and roads to the outside world for weeks. Unlike crypto millionaires swooping in to snatch up lucrative property or harnessing the shock of a hurricane to place the electric grid in private hands, the people of Mariana came together and used the strength of their community to not only survive, but thrive in the face of disaster. This looked like quickly establishing a community health center, a central hub for free food distribution, and connecting with other aid groups to bring Wi-Fi and solar panels back to the area. One community member, Christine Nieves Rodriguez, writes about this collective resilience. She says that within 5 days of Maria, we had launched Proyecto de Apoyo Mutuo. By 10 days, we were feeding 300 people from all
Project Mutual Aid, by the way.
completely self-organized and self-funded efforts. Donations started coming in, but the most important thing was people on the ground who worked tirelessly and contributed whatever food, skills, and money they had. They all contributed their whole selves so that the place was full of respect and solidarity. Instead of neoliberal policies and profit hunting, the ideas laying around for this community were ones of collective responsibility and sustainability, of mutual aid. Climate change will continue to pound the world with disasters. If we do nothing, disaster capitalism will inevitably seek to shape the world of those on the front lines to its image. But if we struggle for something more, if we recognize that neoliberalism, and more broadly capitalism, is hamstringing any efforts to recover and create resilience in the face of climate chaos.
Not only that, it's funny because, like, not only are for-profit interests capitalism, one of the, if not the underneath it all kind of driving force behind all of this, the irony is it's also trying to sell us back the solutions, and then, like, even those are not even designed to really solve the problem. It's like it's actually intended to drive profit, right? It's not intended to solve anything except how to make more profit. Profits should be the last concern. After all, essentials have been dealt with, includes the needs of the public. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's like, if you want to take like the bare minimum of what should be like the standard, it's that. Like, after a natural disaster, after any shakeup, the last thing that people should be asking themselves is, how do I profit from this? Instead, what can we do together to build and have community organizing? What can we do to feed people? What can we do to house people? This is wild to me.
Struggle must include alternatives, like the Community of Mariana's Apoyo Mutuo project. We must have policies, ideas, and networks of care in place so that when disaster strikes, we not only have the means to recover, but we also have the means to forge a world where resilience and collective healing is foregrounded. And maybe in that world, disaster doesn't have to mean catastrophe. One of those ideas that could be laying around is eco-socialism, something that I've mentioned a lot in my videos, but if you're curious about taking a deeper dive into what exactly eco-socialism proposes, I made a full-length companion video on Nebula seeking to answer that question. You can find the video and a bunch of other content by me that's not on YouTube over on Nebula. And if you don't know by now, a group of educational creators on YouTube teamed up to create a streaming service called Nebula that is home to tons of ad-free exclusive content like a bunch of extended videos and interviews from me, as well as original videos from other creators like Second Thought, Wendover Productions, and even Not Just Bikes, who has a really interesting Nebula exclusive video exploring a carless town in the Netherlands. Nebula allows all of us to flex our creative muscles without having to worry about ad revenue or the dreaded YouTube algorithm.
It's based. All right, so yeah, consider checking that out. Several South Florida high school teachers are alarmed that a new state civics initiative designed to prepare students to be, quote, virtuous citizens is infused with Christian and conservative ideology. After 3-day remember how, like, not long ago, we were told that there was, like, some complete Marxist takeover of, like, our education system or whatever? Huh. That's interesting. Why does every single accusation ends up being a, what's the word I'm looking for? Every single accusation is just a, I'm missing the word now. It escapes me. Yes, it's projection, but there's a specific word I'm looking for. And there we go. Confession. That's what I'm looking for. Every accusation is a confession. But yes, it is all of these things. It is projection. It is gaslighting the public to say that there's like some massive effort for I don't know, Marxist ideology or whatever, taking over the students' classrooms, whatever. Yeah, every accusation seems to be a confession. The teachers who spoke to the Times and Herald said they don't object to the new standards for civics, but they do take issue on how they want them to be taught. It was very skewed. There is a strong Christian fundamentalist way towards analyzing different quotes in different documents, because of course, like that's the whole point, right? The civics training, in which part Governor DeSantis' civics literacy excellence initiatives underscores the tension has been building around education, making classrooms battlegrounds for politically contentious issues. In Florida, DeSantis and Republican-led legislators have pushed policies that limit what schools can teach about race, gender identity, and certain parts of history. Those dynamics came into full view when trainers told Broward teachers that the nation's founders did not desire strict separation. What? Those dynamics came into full view last week when trainers told Broward teachers that the nation's founders did not desire a strict separation of state and church. That's wild to me. It is like one of the foundational ideas why they even were here in the first place, allegedly. Right? Is that strict separation of church and state. That's why they supposedly made this whole thing. Made this whole thing. I would say every accusation is deflection. Really, deflection from the projection. No, it's a confession. Yeah, it's a confession. I would say. The teachers, the nation's founders, did not desire strict separation. Yeah, like put the indoctrinate the kids early to the idea of a Christian theocracy, an authoritarian Christian theocracy. Make sure that the kids are well indoctrinated from the beginning in public schools by telling them that there's actually it's not really like a thing. Yeah. Downplayed the roles of the colonies. Did not desire strict separation of state and church. Downplayed the role of the colonies and later the U.S. had in the history of slavery in America. What? And pushed a judicial theory favored by legal conservatives like DeSantis that requires people to interpret the Constitution as the framers intended it. Of course, not as a living, evolving document, according to 3 educators who attended the training. The framers, which is also ahistorical, the whole point of the Constitution was to be changed. That's why you have amendments. What is the point of an amendment? It's to amend something. In other words, hey, if something needs to be changed and it is, brought through whatever convention of states or I think there's like a couple of different ways to add a constitutional amendment. By definition, that means it is an evolving document. Yeah, which is why Jesus himself descended to earth to hand deliver America their constitution. Correct. He descended upon the heavens in wielding his dual-wielding guns and an American flag, draped in an American flag, and he hand-delivered by himself the Constitution and just gave it to George Washington or whatever. DeSantis' administration spent nearly $6 million to train public school teachers across the state on how to teach civics as part of the governor's initiative. The first training sessions were held in June 20th through 22 at Broward College in Davie. Teachers in Hillsborough are training this week. It's really disturbing, really, that these workshops and through legislation, there's an attempt to both censor and drive and propagandize particular points of view. Yeah, said Richard Jude at 50, Nova High School social studies teacher with 22 years of experience who attended the state-led training last week. Lido High School social studies teacher Michelle Stover attended a state civics training program this week at Hillsborough Community College, and Stover also had concerns about the materials being presented. I feel like politics has invaded more than it should have into our civics training. Yikes. I have a feeling that these teachers are being a little bit more conservative with their language. If you want my opinion, I think that they're being more conservative with their language. A review of more than 200 pages of the state's presentation showed that the Founding Fathers' intent and the misconceptions about their thinking were a main theme of the training. One slide underscored the founders expected religion to be promoted because they believed it's essential to civic virtue. Without virtue, another side noted, citizens become licentious and become subject to tyranny. So the solution is to be subject to our tyranny. You see? Yeah, but it doesn't fit Maple Leaf Dragon, because the moment you bring that up, they completely fold into into pretzels trying to justify that. It's actually pretty funny. Constitution originalists, as the Founding Fathers intended, should not be amended or changed in any certain way. Oh, so the Second Amendment isn't a thing? No way. Oh, it's It is wild. The amounts of Olympic levels of mental gymnastics that are needed to square these circles, my friends. So remember, the founders expected religion to be promoted, even though they supposedly, according to the story that we are understood to be told, the reason why they came here is because they were persecuted by the state on religious whatever, and then they came here to try to get religious freedom. And therefore, one of the key things that they supposedly had as part of their mindset was the freedom of religion. In fact, they were very adamant about it, so much so that they wrote about the whole thing about separation of church and state. They made it a thing, and so here we are, right? That's the whole point of it. And I'm using obviously very simple ways of just kind of brushing through this whole thing. So the idea that the founders expected religion to be promoted would be completely ahistorical. Another slide highlights 3 U.S. Supreme Court cases shown to show when the founders' original intent began to change. I see. Okay, so now we're being okay. Gotcha. That includes the 1962 landmark case that found school-sponsored prayer violated the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which judge said trainers view as unjust. At one point, the trainers equated it, what? To the 1892 Supreme Court decision that upheld the constitutionality of racial segregation under the separate but equal doctrine? Yes, completely the same. Holy yikes, Batman. And this should be ringing alarm bells across the board when you hear things like this from folks that were there. Ending school prayer was compared to upholding segregation. In other words, those rulings were both unjust because the idea is to establish an authoritarian theocracy. Make no mistakes. Make no mistake, folks. The Republican Party can and will establish an authoritarian theocracy. I can't stress it enough that this is what happens when Republicans are in charge. Conservatism, this is the end goal. Right here. The end goal is to get people to accept that actually, from a very young age, actually the church and state, actually this is kind of like a Christian nation. Actually, it's the only thing that you're allowed to think is what we want you to think. Under the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Any deviation from that, by the way, makes you licentious and vulnerable to tyranny. Any deviation would deem you licentious and vulnerable to tyranny. If this isn't ringing alarm bells, folks, I don't know what is. On slavery, the state said that 2/3 of the founding fathers were slave owners, but emphasized that even those that held slaves did not defend the institution. The civics training is the latest effort in a long line of education policies that aims to fight DeSantis and what other conservative education reformers say that are woke ideologies in public schools. It provides a snapshot of how national groups, including Hill State College, a politically influential private Christian college in southern Michigan, are working with DeSantis to reshape education in the state. Yeah, this is the groundwork for indoctrinating kids to accept a Christian theocracy. It's setting the groundwork so that there's no ability to fight this, because that's how it is. That's the key to this whole thing. Education. That's the key to this whole thing. It's the education, folks. The whole key to this thing is education. That's it. Republicans driven by this fundamentalist extremism can and will install an authoritarian theocracy. This is not going to stop as long as they keep winning elections, as long as they have power. This is what makes the Republican Party unbelievably dangerous. It's so sad that people want this. Yes, there is a contingent in this country that believes in this, that is an actual the true believers in this stuff, and they are literally a death cult, okay? And this death cult has managed to get enough of a hand on a political party, so much so that it's influencing policies. The goal is to put a greater emphasis on civics than on socially divisive issues such as race and gender identity, which DeSantis said is an effort to reorient teaching ways from indoctrination back towards education. Yes, but what he means is we need to have a politically influential private Christian college having their 2 cents in there. But to several educators who went through the state's training, it felt like a broader effort to impose a conservative view on historical events. We're constantly, this is a teacher, we're constantly under attack, and there's this false narrative that we're just indoctrinating children, but that's nothing compared to what the state just threw in a new civics educator's faces. This is straight up indoctrination. Right, every accusation ends up it just being a confession. While playing the victim, power is a powerful stance. You can attack it back in greater equal power and justify your actions if you're under attack. Yeah, it's a perpetual victimhood. The Florida Department of Education is leading this workshop, which were developed with the help of Hillsdale College, which was the politically involved Christian school, the Bill of Rights Institution, founded by, that's right, Charles Koch is one of those other groups. Another is the Florida Joint Center for Citizenship, which is partnered which is a partnership of the Lou Frey Institution of Politics and Government and the University of Central Florida, and the Bob Grant Center for Public Services at the University of Florida. The state aims to train about 2,500 teachers in 10 sessions across the state. The 3-day sessions are voluntary, but teachers get a $700 stipend as an incentive to attend under the governor's civic initiative. Teachers this fall will be eligible for a $3,000 bonus if they complete a 60-hour online course on the civic standards and earn a Civic Seal of Excellence endorsement. So I'm not saying that you have to that you have to take this, but given the fact that like teacher salaries are incredibly garbage, incentivizing them with a $3,000 bonus, a $700 stipend for completing this. Do you think that you will be with us tomorrow saying that Trump runs for 2024? I don't know if he's going to run or not at this point. Like, honestly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Any Republican needs to be voted against. Any Republican. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if... It really doesn't matter who wins the Republican nomination. Anyone else here that the DeSantis political war chest right now is bigger than the DNCs and GOPs without DeSantis is combined? I don't know, but DeSantis is quickly rising to be a real serious contender, not just for the Republican nomination, but to actually win. I mean, this is why I'm stressing this so hard and why I brought this story up here. Because this is what they want, folks. And this is what they'll get. And they will do this should they get their hands on more and more power. This is what they will do. Clearly, Harris or Buttigieg can inspire mass inspiration for voters and come out with great policy that innovators in the DNC have never done before. Oh, God, please. Jesus, that's probably the more infuriating part about this whole thing. Someone recently figured out that he has something like 150 million recently after the last round of donations. Jesus. That is unbelievably disturbing. No, they'll do one better, Wretched Deal. They'll do one better. They're gonna run Biden again. They'll do a step up, and they're gonna run Biden again. They're gonna do you one better, and they're gonna run Biden. Trump cannot be outspent. He made billions, if not hundreds, from the Trump stakes alone. True. Will it be a 2020 election again? Who knows? I think that at this point in time, with all that's been happening, I am actually very, very, very confused as to what the outcomes are, electorally speaking, like just taking a small deviation towards like electoral politics. I actually don't know how it's going to end up being because of recent events. But I don't know. Biden needs somebody to talk to him. Yeah. Reports say about 62 million, but they don't include the independent PACs funding his campaign. Gotcha. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. The Dems will say $5.50 a gas is patriotic duty, but inflation is the price for liberating Ukrainians. What? Huh? I don't know if it's like that. I don't know. If you want to say that they are just completely lost in the sauce, I will agree with you. If you think that the Democratic Party is coming here to save you, I would caution to think that that they will help. I think that the only thing that you could possibly say is that, I mean, like, judging by the way things are going, I would rather end up in a scenario, if I could help it, where I end up fighting the Democratic Party than live under a authoritarian regime, a theocratic authoritarian regime where that's it, where it's GG. There's nothing to be done once that happens. Once that happens, it's done. Trump and DeSantis debate? I don't know about that. I don't know. But yeah, the ideal scenario at this point is one where we would be fighting the Democratic Party. And that's it. That would be the ideal scenario in terms of, like, I'm only speaking about electoralism. Okay, that's only one tool in the toolbox. Okay, that is one tool in the toolbox. We need to ride at the DNC and force him to run Bernie? Nah, I don't know about that. I don't think Bernie is going to run, and I don't think... I don't know. We need somebody that can do what Bernie does with a national profile, with the progressive politics of Bernie, with the charisma of Bernie, and the popularity of Bernie. And run. Is AOC legally able to run? I think she's legally able to, but I don't see her running. I don't see her running either. Bernie won't run if Biden's running. He already said so. Yeah, I don't think Bernie's going to run. I think that the most likely scenario is in one. I think the most likely scenario is they are just this grossly incompetent or misplaced, or maybe, I don't know, on purpose. You're gonna have to tell me. They're gonna most likely run Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. And that's the end of it. Screw what you think. That's probably what they're going to end up running. I'm not saying it's good. And I completely object. But that's probably what's gonna... Think of the worst case scenario, and then you can be assured that the Democratic Party manages to find its way there. That's basically where I'm at. Unless these folks decide to just have, like, a tiny bit of introspection and do a 180 and start really kicking things into high gear. I don't know. Just think about what the worst case scenario is, and the Democratic Party somehow manages to find itself there. I hate to say this, but Gavin Newsom looks like he might be gearing up for president. It might be true. We can influence Democrats, but not Republicans. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. What I would like in an electoral sense is that I would like to be fighting the Democratic Party. I would like to be, like, I would like candidates to run against them as a separate party. That's what I would like to see. I feel like they want a theocracy. I mean, like, I don't see any, the opposition, the sense of urgency is not there. The sense of urgency is not there. Winner Veggie. His Truth Social posts are really going viral. What? She will not run for pres. Okay. Yeah, I don't think she will. I didn't expect her to run. But that's just me from, like, the electoral brain side, okay? Yeah, unless, like, the Democratic Party gets its collective-ish together and actually wants to do stuff, yeah, I don't know. I've just accepted the fact that, like, the political party isn't going to save you. A single political person isn't going to save you. Yeah. The loudest voices want the theocracy, not the rank and file. Nah, Maple Leaf. No. Maple Leaf, they're all completely fine and dandy. They may not say it as openly, but they are just completely fine with the loud voices. 100%. OG Prodigy. Messing around with your Posada bot. Sorry about the trolls. It's all good, OG Prodigy. We take it and we destroy as we go. You know, it's like playing whack-a-mole. You know, there's no need to pay attention to these folks. But I do appreciate your hard work. I'm not gonna lie. I do appreciate your hard work. Yeah, Maple Leaf Dragon. No, they're all perfectly, completely fine with that. If a Republican sweep happened today, if you woke up tomorrow with a Republican president, they already got the Supreme Court, a Congress and Senate, and the leadership decided that this is just the way it's going to be, every single rank and file would just fall in line. So yeah, they're all like this. The Republican Party is all about this. They're completely fine. Even the ones that claim that they're not as radical. No, they're all falling in line. I mean, we had Mitch McConnell literally boast that it was his blocking of Merrick Garland that was the most consequential and important decision that he had, and that he's proud of it. He's proud of it. Does Mitch McConnell go around talking about a theocracy? Or going around making, like, you know, bombastic statements? Not necessarily. He's kind of, for the most part, pretty, you know, low-key. But he did it. He did it. But he did it. Protest in the most American way ever, just gridlock traffic. Oh man. I think we're gonna need a little bit more to add to that one. Anyways, that's just my 2 cents on it. Hey folks, I've had this headline up here for quite a while. Are you angry yet? Are you angry yet? An Ohio 10-year-old crossed state lines for abortion care in Indiana. And she isn't alone, and nor will she be alone, I'm sure. And of course, hold on, let me get this out of here. Well, that's the problem, Maple Leaf Dragon. You're not shocked. That's the problem. The same thing goes when we hear like these like stories about like how climate change is like radically changing people's entire livelihoods. How climate change is literally uprooting millions of an untold amount of people. How climate change is literally taking hundreds of lives away every time an incident happens. Reading about like record after record after record being broken in terms of climate change, and just kind of like being like, yeah, well, you know, I guess. I wish I could be shocked. Right, that's the problem. We're becoming normalized to this. On Monday, 3 days after the Supreme Court issued its groundbreaking decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, an Indianapolis obstetrician/gynecologist took a call from a colleague, a child abuse doctor in Ohio. Hours after the Supreme Court action, Ohio had outlawed any abortion after 6 weeks. Any, folks. Now, this doctor had a 10-year-old patient in the office who was 6 weeks and 3 days pregnant. A 10-year-old child. Okay? Indiana lawmakers are poised to further restrict or ban abortion in mere weeks. The Indiana General Assembly will convene in a special session July 25th when it will discuss restriction to abortion policies. But for now, the procedure is still legal in the state, and so the 10-year-old girl was soon on her way to Indiana to Bernard's care. I'm sorry, folks. It's getting a little difficult to move the article here. Okay. The 10-year-old isn't alone. As abortion bans take effect across the country, more and more pregnant people are crossing the state lines in hopes of getting care that they need. But even in some states where abortion remains legal for now, many fear that further restrictions or bans could trickle down in the future. While Indiana law did not change last week when the Supreme Court issued its groundbreaking Dobbs decision, abortion providers have felt, in effect, experiencing a dramatic increase in the number of patients coming to their clinics from neighboring states with more restrictive policies. The shocking part is that she had to go to Indiana, the deep red Indiana, to get care. This is God's divine gift or whatever. A child was chosen by God and anointed by her stepfather. Christians in 2022. True. DNA tests on babies, not fetuses. Let's find out who gets them pregnant. Who got them pregnant? Oh, yeah. I have a feeling we can take a guess, Caring. Here's another story to piggyback off that. Like, not only are these lunatics restricting and eliminating bodily autonomy, not giving any recourse for such things, but they're not even properly funding or teaching sex ed. It's like, it's almost as if all this is done on purpose. Remember, folks, the goal is to do this and force birth, and then make sure that they're indoctrinated with the proper, theological spin on things, with the proper Christian spin on things, to repeat the cycle. And, if you don't, you may become licentious and vulnerable to tyranny. Since Friday, the abortion clinics where Dr. Katie McHugh, an independent obstetrician gynecologist, works, has seen an insane amount of requests from pregnant people in Kentucky and Ohio where it is far more difficult to get an abortion. A ban on abortion after 6 weeks took effect on Friday in Ohio. Last week, two abortion providers in Kentucky. The last two providers in Kentucky shut their doors after the state trigger law banning abortions went into effect. Indiana could still soon have similar restrictions and pains doctors like Bernard. It's hard to imagine that in a few short weeks we'll have no ability to provide that care. For now, abortion providers have been fielding more calls from neighboring states. Typically about 5 to 8 patients a day might have hailed out from out of state. Monselli, thank you for the follow. McHugh works at multiple clinics in central and southern Indiana. Now the clinics are seeing about 20 such patients a day. Kentucky patients have been coming to Indiana in higher numbers since earlier this spring, when more restrictive laws took effect there. And so it will be. And so it will be. Of Great, Leo. They want more wage slaves to keep capitalism going and to water down employment pool to take away negotiating powers from workers. I mean, like, I guess that would be like a domino effect, I guess. But the intended consequence of this is control. The intended consequence of this really is all about control. They want to force birth, and then they want to indoctrinate children to have the right theological mindset. Yes, it's about power. And therefore, you will have a nice, obedient Christian population that doesn't question power because it's all based on faith. And if you question faith, then you're not really being faithful, are you? You don't have faith. It's all coming together, folks. Really, 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 it's all coming together. If you really start to kind of put the pieces together, seeing how different things are moving, different parts are moving, all towards that same thing. Yeah, it's incredibly insidious. That's why I cannot stress enough that this is what happens when Republicans, they can and will institute a authoritarian theocracy, I should say. Sorry. Because that's what keeps capital. They mainly just want more poor people. I mean, like, but that's just like, kind of like a byproduct of it. Like, at the end of the day, if you want, sure, that might be like a domino effect that they're like, all right, well, I guess this happened. But really, it's about power. That's what it is. If you ask me. So yeah, this 10-year-old child was denied abortion care because of conservatives. Make no mistake, conservatives did this. Make no mistake, the reason why this child is in the position that she is because of Republicans. For being of my 4th of July. Well, nothing to celebrate, my friend. Nothing to celebrate when we hear stories like this, right? I mean, really. Unbelievable. Oh, sorry. I thought this was a Google. Here, I'll answer that question for you. Costa Rica is one of them. I bet you. If you Google that, best country for expats, Costa Rica shows up on the top. I'll Google it. Ha! Number 1, Taiwan. Number 2, Mexico. And number 3, that's right, Costa Rica. Texas clinic halts abortions after high court ruling. So now Texas is done. Clinics are shutting down after abortion services in the nation's second largest state on Saturday after the Texas Supreme Court blocked an order briefly allowing the procedure to resume. Friday night, ruling stopped a 3-day order by Houston judge said that the clinic could resume abortion up to 6 weeks in pregnancy. Following that day, the ACLU said it doubted that any abortions were now being provided in a state of nearly 30 million people. Cool. Nice job. Everything's bigger in Texas, including the number of people who aren't considered people. Unbelievable. I'm gonna fight as hard as I can, but the moment they win, it's over. I'm out. Let's just say I don't blame you. Let's just say I don't blame you. So... Do you have some kind of paywall bypass? No. I mean, I do, but I'm not using it. Yeah. For educational purposes, of course. Yeah, the assholes are bigger in Texas, too. Speaking of assholes... Hey, this kind of looks unsettlingly familiar. The parallels are just this should unsettle people. And this should bring great discomfort watching this. Watching this should make you very, very uncomfortable. I know I'm in Massachusetts. Well, I'm sorry. What we know about the Patriot Front March in Boston. About 100 people, 100 of these, associated with the Patriot Front, a white nationalist, white supremacist group, marched to the town of Boston on Saturday, carrying police shields and flags bearing the group's emblem. Did they have a permit from that march? I don't know. Is that the KKK? No, it's the Patriot Front. Same thing, honestly. The mayor, who is Asian and speaks Spanish, denounced these people. Something to discuss with my family next week. I guess they live in the Cape. Did they have a permit for the march? No. Ah, okay. So then they should have been immediately tear gassed. And oh wait, that doesn't happen to these kind of folks, right? They should have been immediately tear gassed and removed by force, right? No? Huh. Marched through downtown Boston on Saturday, carrying police shields and flags bearing the group's emblem. I have a question. There were clips from after the march of cops protecting the Patriot Front members. Of course. Damn. Wow. Of freaking course. Police received a call about 12:30 p.m. that a group of protesters were marching to the city through their town, though their route was unknown. Yeah, I don't want them to denounce them, Alio. I want them to be treated as folks who didn't have a permit, who weren't supposed to be here, and should have been forcibly removed. That's what I wanted. Many of the marchers wore khaki pants, dark color. Yeah. As the group approached a rental truck parked near the Haymarket metro stop, unloaded shields and a number of different flags. Among them were the U.S. flag, some with being flown upside down, and some showing just the 13 stars of the original colonies. Other flags displayed versions of the symbol used by Benito Mussolini's National Fascist Party. Hey, that's neat. That's neat. Patriot Front flags were also flown. Boston police received a report about 1:25 of a black man being injured in a confrontation with Patriot Front marchers. Not surprised. The man was told police that he was pushed around, knocked to the ground, and assaulted by members, suffering several lacerations. He was taken to Tufts Medical Center. Around 1:30, the group left the scene via the metro system after packing their materials. Hey, look at that. That's so nice. They get to kind of just do their little Nazi parade. And the worst thing that happened to them was that they got denounced, and that's about it. Yeah. I wonder how many of them were actual cops. I was thinking, how do they get those police shields? Because, like, these look like new police shields. The riot police shields that, like, I mean, unless they made them, but these look like modern riot police shields. I tried to look up riot police shields for sale, and I keep finding, like, the old kind of square rectangle looking models. Those are like surplus that are for sale for the normal folks who want to buy them, but I'm having trouble locating like these more modern round ones, unless they made them, or unless I'm just missing something. Morrell sustained minor injuries with cuts to his head. Yeah, the Patriot Front split off from Vanguard America in 2017 in the aftermath of the Delhi Unite the Right rally in Virginia. Vanguard is a neo-Nazi group that participated in the demonstration, which one person was murdered and 35 injured. Thomas Rousseau, the leader of Patriot Front, was one of the Vanguard leaders during the rally and before leaving to form his own group. Videos and photos of the march Saturday showed a man leading the group who appeared to be Rousseau. The group's website leads heavily on the importance of the, quote, European race, what? And says it must reforge itself as a new collective capable of asserting our right to cultural independence. Jesus. A group says that unwavering resistance will meet all enemies of the people of the nation, both foreign and domestic. Yikes. Investigations are still ongoing, particularly with the civil rights investigation around the brief confrontation. Yeah, so the black person who got assaulted. In addition, Mayor Wu and other politicians denounced this march. I just got back from Costa Rica. Hey, Bob Dragon. Earlier this week I said I was going to hang out with capybaras. I had seen a creature from far away earlier this week and thought it was one, but nope, it was an Nagotai. I just made a fool of myself. Costa Rica doesn't have capybaras. Aw. How was it? ADT just recommended I move there. They look and act un-American. Yeah. It's critical to call out hate and intimidation when we see it. Yeah, so where were the cops? That's great. Hate is not welcome here. Awesome. The white supremacists who marched in Boston represent only cowardice and bigotry. Good. Yes. Understood. Where were the where were the cops? Because you can't buy them. Those are military and police issue only. So either some of them are cops or cops bought them for them, or they had to have been custom. Because somebody else pointed out that, you could probably make these custom. That's the only thing I could think of. There's only two ways. There's only two ways that they could have had those specific shields. I mean, like, just look at any image of a modern riot shield. Like, look. They're these, like, round, transparent kind of deal. Right? Either they had them commissioned to be done custom exactly like this, or, well, or they got them from either themselves because they're cops or they're cop buddies. As we see here. Clear as day, folks. You can buy them online? Okay, never mind. Fake news then. Because I looked here. I can find the old ones. Yeah, they're offensive shields. Yep. I guess I'm not looking in the right place. Round riot shields for sale? Oh, I mean, you could buy them like from AliExpress. You can buy them from AliExpress and like eBay. Okay, gotcha. Google round. Yeah, that's what I had to do. Okay. Okay, so it is plausible that they can find this online. Are they ballistic ones? I don't know. I wouldn't trust I wouldn't trust what you buy on eBay or AliExpress to be certified ballistic shields. So for all we know, this is just for show. Right-wing extremism is rampant in law enforcement, though. That is true. Yeah, so casually, just these white supremacists without a permit, just casually, send that to me. Just casually marching. No, no cops whatsoever. Nothing. Without a permit either. I wonder if there have been any arrests regarding that. It does, doesn't it? But I've seen them in several different chats. I try to remember names. I've seen them in several different chats. They aight. They aight. Yeah. I don't know how much I can play of this because of because of DMCA. Jesus. I get at first read, it might be sus. Yeah, you gotta put some effort. You gotta put some effort into reading it. Trust PosadaBot and SariBot and my memory would have my memory plus PosadaBot plus SariBot plus the mods who are very active we would have what is it? Hold on. Oh, I was gonna do like that George Bush meme. But yeah, we would have figured it out. Yeah, it's plausible deniability, right? That's what it is. But yeah, just casually, hundreds of essentially fascists, and that is not an exaggeration. Sorry, dozens of them. Just casually doing a march, you know? Just casually doing a march with their flags. That's true. They would have not been able to go this long without saying something. Yeah. Trolls don't last very long. Just as in principle, trolls don't really last that very long here. Because, well, eventually the mask falls off, right? Because you can't hold up a mask for forever, right? At some point, you're going to show people who you are. That's kind of like something that I've noticed. Holding a mask isn't like tenable. Eventually, you're going to show people who you are. At some point. It's only going to last for so long. Stop trying to sell me stuff. A group of alleged white nationalists causes stir by peacefully marching through downtown. Hey, we don't... Man. Many were U.S. flags with at least one flown upside down, many showing just the 13 stars in the original, in a circle around the original U.S. colonies, as well as flags featuring different designs. Many flags also had a stylized version of the symbol that represented Benito Mussolini's National Fascist Party, because at the end of the day, that's what they are. Yeah. Gross. What? Oh my god. This is a defense for them. No, this is a defense for them, chat. Holy yikes, Batman. Holy yikes. This is a defense for them. Oh man, media literacy is so important. Oh god. I didn't want that. Yeah, like, folks, always, because then it goes into whataboutism. Well, what about Antifa when they did blah, 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 blah? Like, okay, we're talking about these, fascists marching uninterrupted. Yeah. Yeah, alleged. That should have been red flag number 1. But I thought they were just doing a media thing. Yeah. Dubious white nationalist. Yeah, okay. Imagine, like, Independence Day. Putting up a video of these clowns. Of these fascist clowns. Don't worry, Alio. I think we get the picture of their different angles of march. You know what I would really like? Is a video of the cops defending them. There were other marches in Chicago too? Jesus. I do have a kitty cat on stream, but it's not for... It's definitely not to celebrate 4th of July. There's nothing to celebrate. Oh yeah, here we are. 2 days ago.
Patriot fart is full of farts. Patriot.
Look at that. Isn't that nice? Isn't that cool?
Why are you flying after me? The Nazis? Come on, man. You're not going to go after the Nazis? Jeez. really kind of silly. Yeah, you guys suck. Hey, Lauren, hold that up. Hey, guys, I saw you guys. You guys all came.
On different days, perhaps the same group of people. Yeah, Patriot Front is all across the country. Isn't that cool? They get their own, like, personal, like, cops. That's neat. Neato. I think I made the point. Very clear. Food for thought. Yeah, right? It is not okay to let these folks feel comfortable. Okay? It is not okay to let these folks feel so comfortable that they are allowed to march just freely, you know? Hey, look at that. Just a bunch of fascists having their marches. The parallels, folks. The parallels. The parallels are just deeply unsettling. Well, I don't know about that, Craleo. I don't know about that. I just don't want them here, okay? Because at the end of the day, at any point, remember folks, at any point they can just not be Nazis. You know? At any point they could just not be Nazis. But there shouldn't be any single toleration of this whatsoever. Not a single iota of tolerance for these people. Not one. But I don't want a new version of Nazis or the 1930s. Well, there's nothing new about them. It's the same thing. Like, neo-Nazis is like a kind of a weird, I don't want to say misnomer, but it's kind of a weird term. They're just Nazis. They're just Nazis. It's the same old rehashed garbage. The same thing. As in, there shouldn't be protected speech. I think that they shouldn't be tolerated in any sense of the word. In any sense of the word. And it's just telling the difference between... I mean, you could just see it in like, the responses for... yeah, terrorism shouldn't be protected speech. You could see it in the responses between, like, the January 6th insurrection and, like, protests for having bodily autonomy. I mean, like, Capitol Police are very, very capable of being ready 100% when it comes to, being ready for protests for bodily autonomy. But when there are repeated information coming about, like, a potential violent insurrection, potential for violence, potential of weapons being discussed, which was shown, by the way, as we're following these January 6th stuff, nowhere to be found. Drop the ball at every point. Just it goes, oops. The same thing goes here. No permits. They weren't supposed to be there. And yet, they were allowed just unencumbered. These folks, these fascists had no permits to be there. It's just telling. And you should not tolerate any of this. Chaos Soul, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So I guess we'll just do a meme article. Yella King with a tier 1 subscription. Wow, 19 months. Amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So the opposite of a lawful, peaceful protest, right? Yeah, this should have been put down immediately. Yeah. Taylor Fritz, an American tennis player, just won his match at the Wimbledon. Well, congrats to the tennis player. Terrorism shouldn't be protected speech. It shouldn't. Fuck those guys. Alright, meme article, because we need to wind down. First thing, Fox and Friends face billion-dollar lawsuits. Right-wing networks, Fox, OAN, and Newsmax could be found liable over election fraud claims. Good morning. In the months after the 2020 presidential election, I live in Arizona. Ooh, hey, whoa, chat. Okay. I live in Arizona, and I'm at my wit's end what to do here. My representative is effing Andy Biggs. Oh my goodness. Wait, Andy Biggs? Is that the, oh man, is that the Proud Boys? I said when Trump first got elected that he was going to cause his country go down the same road as Nazi Germany, and here we are, it's happening openly. Actor David Greer shares a photo from the Patriot Front March, referring to the group picture as the new Klan. Make me dab. Where am I? Okay, hold on. Here. He has ties to the Proud Boys and was involved in the January 6th. Oh, okay, so that's okay. Now I know. Okay, it's all coming together. Beautiful South Florida, where the only answer to the question of how the weather is hot. That is all we got here. Today's topic. Hey, how's it going, man? How's it going, Supreme Heretic? Thank you so much for joining. If you guys want some lore, folks. If you guys want some freaking lore, have I got you today? Okay. Yep, the Klan was never really gone. Topic, we're gonna be addressing, we're going into oh boy, here we go. Peak in Italy, Mussolini and the fascists took advantage of the situation by allying with industrial businesses and attacking workers and peasants in the name of preserving order and internal peace in Italy. Italian fascism, or simply known as fascism, is the original fascist ideology as developed in Italy. The ideology is associated with the Fascist Revolutionary Party, founded in 1915, the succeeding National Fascist Party in 1921, under which Benito Mussolini ruled the Kingdom of Italy from 1922 Your hair is gorgeous. Thank you. It's in there.
This happened,
it's still hidden.
Basically right after the First World War. The Republican Fascist Party that ruled the Italian Social Republic from 1943 to 1945, and the post-war Italian social movement and subsequent Italian neo-fascist movement. Supreme Heretic says, herein lies the issue. So many terms have been watered down these days, and people throw out terms in the completely wrong context. It's a lazy reaction to something you disagree with, and you can't form a cogent argument. So fascist is thrown around quite cavalier today. Yes, and the same can be said by socialism and communism. I mean, you have Lindsey Graham go on Fox TV and say that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is communist. This is ridiculous. It's a
damn. ADT was like the base reversal, right? The actual Klan is on decline, but only because they're not violent enough for the younger racists. I mean, like, yeah, the actual Klan. I think that what they mean is the ideology never really like went away, right?
The same concept.
Like, there's no reinvention. Like, that's why I have an issue with the whole like neo-Nazi term, because it's like there's nothing new about it. That would imply like they did some changes to the ideology, but at the end of the day, it's the same garbage. It just sucked that moisture out. Yeah.
But the whole point is, because history and how this movement came to be is extremely important to understand, and we have to break it down.
Holy yikes. I forgot how, like, how much, like, I went into this.
As well as learn from this, basically. Italian fascism was rooted in Italian nationalism, and the desire to restore and expand Italian territory is deemed necessary for a nation to assert its superiority and strength and avoid succumbing to decay. Italian fascists claimed that modern Italy is the heir to ancient Rome and its legacy. In fact, the term fascism came from the Roman fascist. Fascist? I can't pronounce it right. But it's basically the bundle of sticks with the axe on the head. That's where the word came from. Okay, so where were we? Italian fascists claimed that modern Italy is the heir to ancient Rome and its legacy, and historically supported the creation of an Italian empire to provide spazio vitale, or living space, for colonizations by Italian settlers and establish control over the Mediterranean Sea. Italian fascism promoted a corporatist economic system whereby employer and employee syndicates were linked together in association to collectively represent the nation's economic producer and worker, alongside to the state national economic policy. This economic system intended to resolve class conflict through collaboration between the classes. Now, here's the thing: the fascists used or took advantage of the wealthy and the elites and the industrialists to come into power. They basically scared them or lied to them that there was a political revolution coming, and that the fascists were the only ones that can basically save them from it. So basically, fascists identified their primary opponents as the majority of socialists on the left who had opposed intervention in World War I. The fascists and Italian political right held common ground, which this is actually important. Both held Marxism in contempt, discounted class consciousness, and believed in the rule of elites. Fascism began to accommodate Italian conservatives.
Might makes right is the attitude.
By making major alterations to its political agenda, abandoning its previous populism, republicanism, anti-clericalism, adopting policies in support of free enterprise, and accepting the Roman Catholic Church and the monarchy institutions.
Y'all taking notes?
As institutions in Italy. You start seeing a lot of parallels.
Yeah. Okay, this was done. Hold on. This was done 3 years ago. Okay. Yeah.
When you understand the history of fascism and how things are going today, because fascism, or the fascists back then in World War II, as they started, they didn't really have any kind of majority. There was only a few thousands of them, but as soon as they got the conservatives on their side, as soon as they got the wealthy and the elites on their side, their numbers grew exponentially, and that as soon as they gained that 1 inch of foothold, they just exploded and just grabbed power in almost overnight. I mean,
as soon as they were given an inch, they grabbed power effectively overnight. what do you think is happening as the Supreme Court erodes our ability to, hold cops more accountable, forcing a school prayer in school, accepting the fact that essentially a teacher, a coach, acting as an essentially, really, a agent of the state as a public school teacher, to have the authority to lead and coerce students into school prayer. This continued erosion between those walls, the injection of a religion, of Christianity, this radical evangelical fundamentalism that keeps creeping in. Overnight, you saw what happened. Pouring efforts into naming something does not provide an antidote for its ills. I'm trying to educate people on the parallels of history, okay, to recognize the patterns that are happening right now. This was done 3 years ago. In 2019, I took the time to go into this. This is an hour and 17 long stream, okay, where I took the time to find and kind of break down the history of it to illustrate the parallels and just how creepily, eerily this stuff is resembling with these guys and the rise of this uncomfortable Republican Party. I'm just trying to get people to understand where we're at and understand the severity of the situation. This has happened in a span of a couple of years. To appeal to Italian conservatives, fascism adopted policies such as promoting family values, including policies designed to reduce the number of women in the workforce, limiting the woman's role to that of a... Hey, you know what could reduce the role of women in the workforce? Maybe, and this is just I'm just spitballing over here. Maybe forced birth. It might do that. Promoting traditional family values? Where have we heard that? But mother. Again, you're going to start seeing a lot of parallels. And I'm just saying that there's a lesson to be learned here. The fascists banned literature on birth control and increased penalties for abortion in... Ooh, damn. So what's the antidote? The antidote is to stand up to these authoritarian fucks at every point. In 1926, declaring both crimes against the state. We're at what, 14 states that are basically banning abortion, and more are trying to attempt to basically challenge Roe versus Wade. Though fascism adopted a number of positions designed to appeal to reactionaries, the fascists sought to maintain fascism's revolutionary character, with Angelo Olivetti saying, quote, "Fascism would like to be conservative, but it will be by being revolutionary. The fascists supported revolutionary action and committed to secure law and order to appeal to both conservatives and syndicalists." Oof. Prior to fascism's accommodation to the political right, fascism was a small, urban, northern Italian movement. Damn, this is back when we had 118 followers, folks. That's baby ADT. That had about a couple thousand members. And, oh yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. After fascism's accommodation of the political right, fascist movement membership soared to approximately 250,000 by 1921. This is in a span of 5-6 years, I would say. And this is coming from lumenlearning.com. We're also going to be citing Encyclopedia Britannica and historians.org. So we have a couple of different websites to go through here. Okay, so basically, where were we? Beginning in 1922, fascist paramilitaries escalated their strategy from attacking socialist office and homes of socialist leadership figures to violent occupation of cities. The fascists met little serious resistance from authorities and proceeded to take over several northern Italian cities. The fascists had zero to little resistance from authorities.
the fascists attacked the headquarters of socialist and Catholic labor unions in Cremona and imposed forced Italianization upon the German-speaking population of Trent and Bolzano. After seizing these cities, the fascists made plans to take Rome. So this is the famous March on Rome. And they eventually took power. But these guys didn't just start like this, and there's just multiple different sources that indicate that
Red Dressy, thank you for the follow.
Allowed or had the foothold, it's because they allied themselves with the Conservative Party. The money for this, this is where I got that from. Around Mussolini's banner, there grew rapidly an army of followers, from gangsters to sincere patriots. See, this is under the guise of patriotism, which patriotism versus nationalism are two completely different things. But that's how they painted this whole thing. Some of them were organized into strong armed squads and armed and uniformed, known as the Black Shirts, the famous Mussolini Black Shirts militia.
Patriot Front.
The money for this came from alarmed industrialists and others of wealth who saw in the Mussolini movement a tool to suppress the radical revolution they feared, and that Mussolini kept assuring them was on their way. So like I was saying, they basically scared these wealthy people into funding them.
These capitalists. Yes. My goal this week is to look engaging with anti-fascist activity here in Phoenix. Nice.
And they did it out of the only reason they would do anything like this is in their eyes, they wanted to keep power. So they figured that Mussolini would be the answer.
That's still true. That's still true.
To that. The proclaimed aims and principles of the fascist movements are perhaps a little consequence now. It promised almost everything from extreme radicalism in 1919 to extreme conservatism in 1922. In the main, its program was centered on the idea of action, but in reality it meant for Italy naked personal power, achieved and maintained through violence. Yeah, I mean, the fascists were extremely violent, and were not really stopped when they should have been. The fascists put up candidates in the parliamentary elections of 1921. They were not very successful despite the undercover support of some of the elements from the government, although they received only about 5% of the total popular vote. But they did succeed in planting the impression that they had the solution to all of Italy's post-war ills. The existing government had none, and so the March on Rome, a colossal bluff, turned out to be a colossal success.
Yeah, a colossal bluff that the current government in Italy had no answers to, and provided little to no resistance, were incapable of providing solutions. Huh.
Fascism at first didn't start as totalitarian. In fact, the first 3 years of fascism, it ran basically like a republic.
And then?
So after that, it just Mussolini decided to become dictator.
Right, because that's the goal. That's the goal. It's power. It's power. Remember, folks, this type of stuff happens under the guise of freedom. It's under the guise of freedom until the switch is flipped. It's always under the guise of freedom until the switch is flipped.
When the king called on Mussolini to form a government in October of 1922, very few people in the world had any idea of what was meant by a totalitarian form of government. Mussolini himself probably did not know what he was going to do, except stay in power. A parliamentary majority backed the fascist government at the beginning, and most of the people thought fascism was a temporary interlude. And that's the mistake. They thought that this was just going to go away. It didn't, until, of course, after World War II.
Yeah. They thought that they could negotiate with these people. They thought that they could have these people under control. It sounds like the U.S. and corporations once again trying to divert anger towards easy scapegoats so that these idiots go after their fellow people instead of capital interests. Yeah, and like the thing is, like we're seeing a lot the same mistakes being made. An incompetent opposition party, incapable of delivering answers, a rapidly growing far-right authoritarian movement that is growing, I mean, we've got right now, it's the most comfortable we've been with fascism in a very, very, very long time. And what I mean is, like, it's very, very, very on that thin line is what I'm saying. I mean, just look around.
Thought that Italy could later return to freedom, and in the meantime, fascism could take care of the crisis.
Yeah, like, and that's the mistake. Oh, look, the existential crisis that fascists need to create to stay in power. And they've got the answers, but what they don't realize is as soon as they surrender that freedom, as soon as you surrender that freedom, it doesn't come back. There's always something else. There's always something else.
So in the time of crisis, they turned to someone they didn't understand, and they thought that this was an immediate solution to the post World War I. It wasn't. It wasn't. It just led them down a very, very, very dark path.
Yeah, but never like this. Does that make sense? Never like this. And that's what makes the January 6th thing so unprecedented, right? That's what makes the January 6th thing so unprecedented.
And again, you're going to see a lot of parallels as to what is happening and what could potentially happen. Doesn't necessarily mean, and nor do I believe, that it is right now possible. But if we don't pay attention, if we don't understand history, then the road gets paved for a situation like this here. And people say, and the people that say, oh, it can't happen here. Remember that back in World War II, we had an American Nazi party. It was quite big, and it started having rallies, and it was alive here. It happened. So to think that it can't happen here is lulling yourself into a false sense of security. When Mussolini stepped into power, fascism had none of the superior race, blood, and soil trappings that came to Germany with Hitlerism. All of the other elements of fascism were there. However, belief in violence, disbelief in legal process, rabid nationalism, and so on. But the regime was not totalitarian in its... Okay, yeah, there you go. But the regime was not totalitarian in its first 3 years. Opposition parties were still legal. A strong opposition of press operated under difficulties, and Mussolini kept talking about a return to normalcy. It was only in 1925 that fascism fully threw off the mask. The murder of a socialist leader by the name of Mattei.
Yeah, like, as long as, you know, it lulls you into a false sense of security. Like, well, you know what, maybe this isn't so bad. And then, boom, the switch happens. The neolib Macron is now a minority in his own government with a massive swing to the Socialist/Green Party coalitions. He can no longer push through his austerity measures. It's 30 seconds. Nice. We'll take a look.
Mattei, a fearless parliamentary opponent of fascism, was a signal. Though through every device of open violence and concealed trickery, the totalitarian machine was built up. This meant complete state control of every phase of human activity. It meant fostering the idea that the fascist party and the Italian state were one and the same. It meant defying the nation and the leader. It meant the nourishing of nationalistic and warlike passions. It meant, in the end, alliance with the other great totalitarian power in Europe, acceptance of the debased and debasing theories of Nazism, and finally, an active participation in the war. So, as I was saying earlier, even some historians and political scientists have disagreements about the exact nature of fascism because there's just so many iterations and it's so stochastic would be the word. For some scholars, I mean, even its origins, there's a lot of debate.
But it's done on purpose.
Some scholars, for example, this is from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Some scholars, for example, regard it as a socially radical movement with ideological ties to the Jacobins of the French Revolution, whereas others see it as an extreme form of conservatism inspired by a 19th century backlash against the ideals of the Enlightenment. Some find fascism deeply irrational, where others are impressed with the rationality in which it served the material interest of its supporters. Some attempt to explain fascist demonologies as the expression of irrationality, misdirected anger, and frustration, where others emphasize the rational ways in which these demonologies were used to perpetuate professional or class advantages. Finally, whereas some consider fascism to be motivated primarily by aspirations, by a desire for a cultural regeneration and the creation of a new man, others place greater weight on fascism's anxieties, on its fear of communist revolution, and even of the less centrist electoral victories. Okay, so we're gonna go through some of the basic, basic
tenets,
characteristics. Opposition to Marxism. Fascism made no secret of their hatred of Marxists of all stripes, from totalitarian communists to democratic socialists. Fascists promised to deal more firmly with Marxists than had earlier, more democratic rightist parties. Mussolini first made his reputation as a fascist by unleashing armed squads of black shirts on striking workers and peasants from 1920 to 1921. Many early Nazis had served in the Freikorps, the paramilitary groups formed by ex-soldiers to suppress leftist activism in Germany at the end of World War I. So, contrary to popular belief, the Nazis were fascist.
Yes. They're not incompetent. They're doing exactly what they've been doing for the past 500 years, protecting their wealth and their capital, their interest. You really think that because you don't know what they're doing, that they don't know what they're doing? That's true. I think that's a good point. The driver of fascism is the Catholic Church. I'm not surprised at all that a Catholic Supreme Court and a Catholic president. That's why abortion as a human right has been torn up. I don't know. There's an element of course, religion necessary, because that's how you control. You enact a ability to control. But I don't think like the driver of fascism is Catholicism.
The notion or to the idea that the Nazi Party was some kind of radical left party is just demonstrably false. This is something that's been going on, I believe, in the more extreme side of the right. They are spreading this idea, and I think, man, what was his name? Who kept spreading that, or who alluded to the idea that Hitler was some kind of radical leftist? I think he's like one of the IDW people who promoted that nonsense. Okay, so... Oh, Dave Rubin. Oh, God. The guy with the... the guy who's promoting a lot of special ideas. Okay, so the next characteristic is... Yeah, I mean, all of these, like, extreme right-wing people have been promoting the idea of... the idea that the Nazi Party was of a radical left wing is just false.
Hey, buddy.
It was a fascist movement inspired by Italy's Mussolini. Fascist movement criticized parliamentary democracy for allowing the Marxist threat to exist in the first place. So they completely do not like any type of democracy simply because it gives the Marxist a chance to exist. This is going back to the first characteristic, that they just despise absolutely Marxist, anything that involves the left. Okay. Opposition to political and cultural liberalism. Although circumstances made accommodations for political liberalism necessary, the fascists condemned this doctrine for placing the rights of the individual above the needs of the vocal, encouraging divisiveness, political pluralism, tolerating decadent values, and limiting the power of the state. Fascists accused liberal fellow travelers of wittingly or unwittingly abetting communism. In 1935, the crossfire berated moderates, i.e. democratic conservatives, were indirectly aiding the communists through their taste for compromise and hesitation. Larocque urged the French people to stand up against revolution and its sordid ally, moderation, warning that on the final day of reckoning, complicit moderates or guardians unfaithful to their charge would be at the head of the list of the guilty. Fascist propagandists also attacked cultural liberalism, claiming that it encouraged moral relativism, godless materialism, and selfish individualism, and thereby undermining traditional morality. Anti-Semitic fascists associated liberalism with Jews in particular. Indeed, one precursor of Nazism, the political theorist Theodor Fritsch, claimed that to succumb to a liberal idea was to succumb to the Jew within oneself.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes. So, again,
I forgot about this.
Where we're starting to see parallels. You know, just this whole liberalism is terrible, and their culture war, and, all this is just way too much, it's just, the parallels are disturbing. Totalitarian ambitions. Although Hitler had not revealed the full extent of his totalitarian aims before he came to power as Führer of the Third Reich, he attempted to not only control all political power, but also to dominate many institutions and organizations that were previously independent of the state, such as courts, churches, universities, social clubs, etc. So yeah, totalitarian ambitions. This is a product of far-right extremism. It's the same nonsense why extreme left and extreme right just don't work. This is interesting. This is like how they snuck themselves into power. Before fascists came into power, however, they often disavowed totalitarian aims. This was especially true in countries such as France, where conservatives were alarmed by reports of the repression of dissident conservatives in fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. After Hitler's crackdown on Roman Catholic dissidents in Germany, In 1934 and 1935, French fascists took down pains to deny that they were totalitarians, thus to alienate potential Catholic supporters in France. Indeed, they attacked statism and advocated a more decentralized government that would favor local economic elites.
Interesting. Christopher Hitchens wrote about how the reason why the Vatican got its statehood was to deal with Mussolini and the Pope's deal with Hitler to not criticize the war crimes was take full control of the German education system. Jesus.
Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. You mean like how Florida is using a completely like political Catholic church to have a hand in the writings of the education system for Florida, and then we start to get those red flags?
Conservative and economic programs. These are all just the overall or basic characteristics of fascism. There were a few, usually small fascist movements whose social and economic goals were left or left centrist. Hendrik de Man in Belgium and Marcel Defeat in France, both former socialists, were among those who hoped eventually to achieve a fair distribution of wealth by appealing to fascist nationalism and class conciliation.
Unreal.
Poland, the camp of national radicalism supported land reform and nationalization of industry and fascists in Libya, and Syria advocated for Arab socialism. In Japan, Kira Iki...
Until, you know, you realize that these folks have nothing to do with that. And then the switch is flipped.
Theorists of Japanese fascism called for the nationalization of large industries, a limited degree of worker control, and modern welfare program for the poor. However, the economic programs of the great majority of fascist movements were extremely conservative, favoring the wealthy far more than the middle class and the working class. Their talk of National Socialism was quite fraudulent in this respect. This is partially where the idea of the Nazi Party being a socialist party, only socialist in name, the National Socialist Workers' Party or whatever, they only borrowed that for branding purposes, because back then, socialism and stuff like that was more... The people were more open to it. That was a form of government, and it was more prominent back then. So to have your name brand as a National Socialist Workers' Party was more palatable, and didn't sound as bad. But yeah, this was just a like the states. This was just a fraudulent mask in this respect.
The book burnings, especially
before the fascist.
The book burnings, especially in Hamburg, were led by Catholic leaders who had brown shirt goons protecting the children from deplorables. Yeah, which is, again, I mean, you know what? Maybe you're right, thinking Sabercat. I would feel weird watching old videos of myself. Yeah, but I think it's relevant in some certain instances. I think that the message that I'm trying to provide, I think is relevant now. Even like years ago, even if I'm like, I'm a little bit, I wouldn't say I've deviated from my politics. If anything, I've like basically learned to like articulate and argue my positions better and have a better way of explaining things. And also just by sheer being in the space, obviously I'm going to gravitate to more and more different ideas, and that makes sense. Yeah, maybe there's something to it, thinking Sabercat, because I mean, like, where have we seen that before? You know?
Came to power, most remain...
Or I should say, where are we seeing that now?
...to the traditional anti-fascist parties of the left. As historian John Weiss noted, property and income distribution and the traditional class structure remained roughly the same under fascist rule. What changes there were favored the old elites, or certain segments of the party leadership. Historian Roger Eatwell concurred, quote, "If a revolution is understood to mean a significant shift in class relations, including a redistribution of income and wealth, there was no Nazi revolution," unquote. This is why you can't force things onto people, whether you're extreme right or extreme left. That's why these movements end up failing. Because if you try to do, you know, this political revolution and you try to impose yourself, people don't take that. People don't like that. I mean, the fascists did it through violence.
Through violence,
and so
yes,
extreme,
exactly. That's how you do it. Oh, sorry, too long? Wait, what? Just out of curiosity, where do you find yourself on the political spectrum? It just depends on, like, what you want to label out of. I don't know. I'm usually a friend of, I'm usually a friend of the left.
Extreme left, the Communist Party. I mean, look at the Bolshevik Revolution. All that was done through violence. It's not because people wanted it like that. Mussolini, a leading member of the Italian Socialist Party before World War I, became a fierce anti-socialist after the
Oh,
war.
for too long?
After coming to power, he banned all Marxist organizations and replaced their trade unions with government-controlled corporatist unions.
It's not here.
Kind of like how these huge corporations are allowed to have their own in-house system where they take care of complaints. They have like this.
It's called arbitration.
This forced arbitration. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
The only majority Catholic group who has a left-wing view is Sinn Féin of North Ireland.
The fascist economic theory of corporatism called for organizing each of the major sectors of industry.
I'm only like 1/4 of the way through, but reading Dirty Work, Essential Jobs, and Hidden Inequality of America talks about the narrative of the German population at the time were somehow duped into going along, but were horrified afterwards. Interviews show most people condemning the Holocaust while simultaneously simping for Nazis. Yeah, like, I mean, like, a big part of, like, the, program of how they implemented this was through education. That's how you get people to follow. Okay? That's why the thing that's happening in Florida should be ringing big alarm bells. It's through education. That's how you do it.
Agriculture, the professions, and the arts into state or managed-controlled trade unions and employer associations or corporations, each of which would negotiate labor contracts and working conditions and represent the general interests of their professions in a larger assembly of corporations or corporatist parliament.
It's really worth deep dive on them, especially North Ireland peace process.
This is kind of like forced arbitration. It's like they have like their own in-house way of dealing with this. That is very interesting. Extensive corporatist legislation was passed in Italy beginning in the late 1920s, creating several government-controlled unions and outlawing strikes.
Right. So again, this is how it starts. They talk about how they want to help the working class and populist, faux populist rhetoric. A name that comes to mind is people like Josh Hawley, who talk about like, oh, big tech and big whatever, and like we need to deal with this, and like, you know, at the end of the day, they are no friends of the working class. All their policies seem to indicate otherwise. That's why anybody who's telling you that the Republican Party is like a pro-worker party is just like not the case. Not really. Not at all.
The Salazar regime in Portugal, using the Italian legislation as its model, outlawed the trade union federation, and all leftist unions made corporatist unions compulsory for workers, declared strikes illegal, all of which contributed to a decline in real wages. Croatian, Russian, Argentinian, Brazilian, and Chilean fascism also proposed corporatist solutions to labor management strife. Hey, Broskoy, welcome to the stream. There's a few links that I'm using here. I'll actually go ahead and share it. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll post the links in the description below. That's one of them. We're right now using the Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica. We have also this link here, and
get to the point, ADT. Jesus Christ.
Or modern day conservatives claim that the corporations are right and that this whole like system is good for the workers, but in reality, in both history and today, we see that wages are just have been either stagnant, or if we don't adjust for inflation, they're lowering real wages, like the real dollar amount that you have is not going up under this type of system. And this is a very similar system that we have today. And the next characteristic of
maybe it's towards the end.
That power. And accommodations with members of the upper class, it prized hierarchy, respect for honored them for their idealism and spirit of self-sacrifice, qualities they said were often lacking in their elders. Fascists often presented their cause in generational terms. As the young Goebbels declared, the old ones don't even want to understand that we young people even exist. They defend their power to the last, but one day they will be defeated. Hans von Lebensfeld, Joseph de Maistre, Charles Maurras, and Georges Sorel, scientists and philosophers such as Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Giovanni Gentile. I wonder if that's where like Gentiles came from. No? Gustave Le Bon, Friedrich Nietzsche. Wow, I can't pronounce any of these names. That's like over 10 names right now. Vilfredo Pareto, Karl Vogt, and Ernest Haeckel. Historians and social thinkers such as Joseph Arthur Comte Gobineau, Hippolyte Taine, and Heinrich. There's a lot to a lot to unpack in this whole, just going through the characteristics of fascism, going through how it became,
Okay.
why was it allowed to thrive.
Here we go. Okay, I think this is the point. Here.
Where did this ideology come from? But it all comes as these are all reactionary movements. These fascists came into power through reactionary movements. And now we are seeing a...
Look at the constituents are for both parties, neither for the working class. Well, I mean, yeah, sure.
Progressive movement. We are seeing a more, a more, push for...
That's true.
A better society and more left-wing politics. We have Bernie's political revolution, and it's catching on to some of the other Democrats' campaigns.
Oh,
and
my sweet summer child. Naive.
The more we see that, the stronger that movement gets, the stronger the right movement gets as well, which is like crazy. I mean, the parallels is just insane. I'm only doing an entire episode devoted to this because I think that if we're not careful, this is a road we could easily be heading towards. We're still at a stage where we can stop it and identify it and just call it out and basically make it go back home, because this comes and goes. These fascist movements, extreme right-wing movements come and go. I mean, there was a time where KKK held real power. There was a time where there was an American Nazi Party. So these things come and go, but every time they do, you have to call it out and you have to stop it before it seriously cements its power. And unfortunately, this has been as close, I think, that we've ever gotten to it. I mean, if you listen to our current dear leader...
Oh, my sweet summer child.
...speak, it's creepy the kind of stuff he says versus the kind of stuff that we've gone through today. I mean, just take a listen.
You know what a globalist is, right?
Globalist.
You know what a globalist is.
International, we just literally read about the contempt for these people.
A globalist is a person that wants the globe to do well, frankly, not caring about our country so much. And you know what? We can't have that.
I mean, obviously, I don't think this guy understands the full definition or the full scope of what he's doing, but it is speaking a certain language and to a certain crowd, and it's working.
You know, they have a word. It sort of became old-fashioned. It's called a nationalist. And I say, really, we're not supposed to use that word. You know what I am? I'm a nationalist.
I mean, need I say more? I don't have to call Donald Trump anything. He's doing it himself.
Did you ever see the Italian...
John, go ahead.
Alright, hold on. Did you ever see the way that Italian fascists would brutalize especially artists and intellectuals? Yes, a deep disdain for arts and intellectuals is part of the red flags. They would force them to drink castor oil. Oh my god. Yikes. Jesus, thinking Sabercat. Yeah, globalism is just newspeak for the international banking clique, which is a euphemism for the JQ. You didn't anticipate the level of dedicated evil the Dems were willing to go to stop any remote leftist people from gaining a foothold. Yeah, I was like, oh, because like, I mean, come on, back then, even just years ago, there was a lot of influence, a lot of rhetoric, even though Bernie didn't win. There was a lot of rhetoric changing from people, from the Democratic Party. There was a lot of rhetoric that was different, and but you know, that's all it was.
Back and fix the problems. What were you talking about? Well, they're very unhappy. I'm watching them. All they do is complain. So all I'm saying is, if they want to leave, they can leave, John. They can leave. I mean, I look at I look at Omar. I don't know. I never met her. I hear the way she talks about Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda's killed many Americans. She said, you can hold your chest out. You can, when I think of America, when I think of Al-Qaeda, I can hold my chest out. When she talked about the World Trade Center.
Okay, obviously those are him going off the rails. You know, somebody let him out of his home or something. But this guy is obvious. That was an obvious lie, by the way. But it's just creepy the kind of stuff this guy says, and I don't think even he himself understands it.
Oh, he did.
Or maybe he does, I don't know. But the reality is, we have come to a crossroads, and we need to decide where we want to go as a country. And the history is very clear on how these type of things formed and what were their results. Do we really want to go there? Is that really what we are? It's really up to us, and all we have to do is just take a deep look inside ourselves and decide, now that we're at a crossroads, which way we're gonna go.
Oh, my sweet summer
and that
child.
is basically the whole premise of this episode. But unfortunately, guys, that is all the time I...
My sweet summer child. Hillary Clinton says that she wants to run in 2024. I swear to God, I saw some inklings of that, and I will literally throw a fit. Now a post from Bernie to step down. They should have started the American Labor Party inside Trump. Hillary won't be stopped until she... if the Democratic Party pushes Hillary Clinton, I mean, it really doesn't matter. They're gonna run Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. That's what they're gonna run. I see it. The only thing I would say to myself, from 3 years old and 3 years older, 3 years younger, is man, was it worse than you thought? Man, did you try to be as generous as possible? Man, was I really trying to be as hopeful and generous as possible. Oh, I've got the hair, thinking Sabercat. That hasn't changed. It's just hidden underneath the beanie.
What if you could get rid of your kitchen garbage at the push of a button?
This is an exceptional period of transition that we have to experience in the coming years.
I don't know who the levelers are.
And also an exceptional period for our politics. It will require a lot of work and ambition because our country needs reform and transformation in the political space in the coming years. We also need a spirit of responsibility to work on compromises which are demanding.
Damn, get wrecked. Anyways, yeah, the only thing I would tell myself is like, man, I think you got it wrong, my friend. I know 2019 wasn't that far. 3 years ago? You got it wrong, my friend. You got it wrong. Bipedal Meatbag, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. A 90s hippie rock group? No, I don't know. Never heard of them. The point stands. Because obviously at that point in time I was concerned. I was concerned to which path, at the possibility of a path of some type of fascistic authoritarian results. So I had that instinct, only to come find that it is A, far worse than I thought, and B, it's so quick. I mean, I literally, I read, in that same stream, I read that all of this happened within within the span of a couple of years. The fascists were able to gain power in a very widespread and overwhelming manner. And it just didn't click. I guess I just had like an instinct of saying, well, yeah, it could happen and we need to stop this now. Little did I know that the dominoes had already, like the first domino had already fallen. And here we are. I'm glad you didn't cut your hair. Your curls are really nice. Well, I appreciate that, Pat Manicure. Little did I know the extent of things. Echo Resto Dragon. folks, it's going to get a lot worse from here unless something is done. Unless, I mean, like, it's clear as day that the opposition party is just nowhere to be found. The left as a whole is kind of not as cohesive as I would like. The left as a whole is just lost. It's not lost, but not as cohesive. The institutions put in place are not functioning at all. The fact that on January 6th, in and of itself, there wasn't like there wasn't anything worse is a miracle. It's just but a miracle. And just judging by all the information that we've been seeing and all the interviews and all the evidence being provided, the messages, the emails, just by a hair, just by a hair, we avoided what would amount to a successful coup attempt. And people are like laughing it off. People are not laughing it off. Well, I mean, I guess some are, but downplaying it, thinking that it's like with all this other. I mean, how could you possibly ignore? Like, how could you possibly think about January 6th, a peaceful protest with some patriots? Yeah, that based on what I've been seeing, yeah. I think this will lead to I think this will lead to the end of the United States myself, even with the possibility of civil war. I don't like to entertain that idea. I don't know. I don't like to entertain that idea. It's just beyond me how, like, years from now we'll see what happens. But 2019 me was not far off the money, but man, naive. We all learn eventually. Yeah, I mean, we are here in the now. In the months of 2020, right-wing news in America was a Wild West, an apparent lawless free-for-all where conspiracy theories about voting machines, ballot stuffed suitcases, and dead Venezuelan leaders, leaders were repeated to viewers around the clock. It seemed a little too to be too little consequence for peddling the most outrageous ideas on primetime. But now, fortunately, I don't know, unfortunately, no, fortunately for Fox News, fortunately for some semblance of the truth, OAN and Newsmax, it turns out that this brave new world was not free from legal jurisdiction, with the three networks now facing $1 billion lawsuit as a result of their baseless accusations. In June, Dominion Voting Systems, which provided voting machines to 28 states, was given the go-ahead to sue Fox, the parent company of Fox News, in a case that would draw Rupert Murdoch and his son Lachlan into the spotlight. In the $1.6 billion lawsuit, Dominion accuses Fox Corp and the Murdoch specifically of allowing Fox News to amplify false claims that the voting company had rigged the election for Joe Biden. Should Fox News be worried? Ciara Torres Spacelli, a legal expert, thinks Dominion has a good case. What's particularly bad for Fox is that Dominion asked him to stop and correct the record in real time, and Fox persisted in the spreading of misinformation or misrepresentation about the voting machine company. And not only that, they continue to perpetuate it and platform it. Boulder, Colorado for decades has made its... what? Wait, what? Hey, that's it? Okay. TLDR is Fox News and all these right-wing organizations are going to get sued. In my opinion, they should be sued out of existence. The abortion thing could be like slavery, where some states may bring bounty hunter laws on women who are pregnant to prevent themselves from going out of state, where the same tracking down runners Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I can't foresee an underground railroad. Oh, it's already being done. Thinking Sabercat. There is already an underground railroad. It's a network of like, I guess, I think I've heard the term auntie. Like auntie networks who will help people get to the medical care that they need, provide medication like abortion pills, Plan B pills, anything that you need. Just the auntie network is basically, it's basically that. It's already being set up. Yeah, the election lawsuit machines are still pending. Yeah, I hope these people get sued out of existence, if you want my opinion. But yeah. Folks, the way I see things is I see no reason to tolerate, because it's getting very, very, very dangerous. The thing with Florida should be demonstration without a shadow of a doubt, that given an inch, these people can and will implement a authoritarian theocracy. If the Florida thing didn't ring any alarm bells, given the fact that the history of fascism largely relies on things like religion and the Catholic Church being a method, a tool of control, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, like, we saw, like, a big, important aspect, specifically with the, Nazi flavor of fascism is propaganda and indoctrination. This whole idea of, like, the nation above everything, this ultra-nationalistic kind of ideology, this, one could say, America First movement, should be very, very scary. I posted the numbers from 92 and Whispers. They are a very left-wing band, but unlike you two, they didn't sell out. Nice. Unlike the Levelers are part of Cromwell's army and were proto-communist, and they wanted society's level with no rich or poor, like a classless society. I mean, yeah, you could attribute that to communist, anarchist kind of thinking. I mean, just look at the curriculum here. Ron DeSantis is literally using the power of the state and spending $6 million on these training sessions. And it's got stuff like, quote, the founders expected religion to be promoted because they believed it's essential to be virtue, to be to civic virtue, to be a virtuous citizen. Without virtue, then you become licentious and subject to tyranny. Surrender your freedoms to us. And of course, kids, social studies kids, they're kids. This is designed to break that ability to critically think. to normalize this idea. So if this doesn't ring alarm bells, I don't know what. I don't know. This should be already immediately like, all right, folks, I'm sorry, but like the Republican Party has no business in power whatsoever. I mean, this is the direct result of Republican parties, the Republican Party winning elections. And in another slide, they attempted to equate ending school prayer, because this goes back to the whole indoctrination that that religion is actually important. It is actually crucial to them. But ending that would be akin to upholding segregation. In other words, they called those rulings unjust. The equivalency is, I mean, folks, like, this should be alarming to people. So again, before we go, because I do got to get going, it's already 1 o'clock. Folks, if you enjoyed the content and want to support this channel, make sure you hit the follow button. All right, it really does help us out. You get 5 free emotes, and join us on the YouTubes. All right, hit the subscribe button. It really does help us out. And join the Discord for any updates. Tomorrow we start the new schedule, folks. 5 p.m. Eastern time. Who are the founders? The article refers to none of them. It's in fact, I was told specifically that the whole point was to have a separation of church and state. But yeah, they don't believe in any of that. I mean, you could tell. William Barr's own words were, "There's no such thing as the separation of church and state," or something like that. A devout Catholic, by the way. Interesting. Yeah, so make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button, Discord, do all the social medias. But I'd like to leave you guys with this again, because I can't stress this enough, how dangerous and teetering it's becoming. Early warning signs of fascism. Powerful and continuing nationalism, one could say almost America first. Identification of enemies and scapegoats as a unifying cause. We must destroy the radical left Democrats who are creating open borders for immigrants to replace you. Interesting. Supremacy of the military. Well, I mean, hello. Rampant sexism. Hello. Controlled mass media. Obsession with national security. Yeah. Religion and government are intertwined, like ending the ability to be exempt from school prayer. Labor power is suppressed. Corporate power is protected. Yeah. Disdain for intellectuals and the arts. Remember, teachers are the enemies, folks. Obsession with crime and punishment, or one could say, law and order. Rampant cronyism and corruption. No shortage there. Ivanka Trump. Eric Trump. Fraudulent elections. The Republican Party attempting to shoehorn fake electors in an attempt to overturn the 2020 elections should be enough. Should be enough for people to be like, you know what? These folks belong nowhere near power. I'm just saying, how much more, where's the line? Where's the line? Where's the line, folks? As always, please stay safe. Above all, please take care of each other. I'll be on, I hope. Wait, hold on. One more thing. One more thing. Say goodbye to everybody. Make sure you hit the follow button if you want a free emote with Vaquita the cat. How cute is that? Okay. She came to say goodbye to everybody. She's been here the whole time. I need to get a dedicated cat cam. When she does want to hang out. Isn't she the sweetest kitty? I mean, how could you say no to Vaquita? Come on, folks. Hit the follow button. Alright, do it for Vaquita. Right? Alright, folks, as always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I'll be on. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Remember, 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Okay? See ya! Alright, folks. We are heading out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See ya.